Right. Probably need to get some music. Some music. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle here, and of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. And if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button and also click the link in the description down below because it is always better when it's live. All right. Yeah, we should be live. I just found out that I'm one of the preferred YouTubers for World of Warcraft, which is really cool. I've been selected for the World of Warcraft Support a Streamer campaign, which is really nice. Nice. So on the 28th, people will be able to sub, like gift subs in the channel, and then get a paid. So that's great. That's great. Blizzard figuring out ways to give content creators money, but also give the community something in exchange for that money, which I think is really cool. I wonder how many people are going to be streaming World of Warcraft as a result of that. Emergent, you motherfucker, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. How you doing, brother? Got back into Twitch to watch more of your stuff since the clips on YouTube weren't enough. Hey, bro, I'm very happy to have you here. I've been slacking on the clips. You gotta be honest. I've been slacking like crazy on the clips. Mainly because of load shedding. We don't have all the hours to stream that I would have liked. But at the same time, you may be lagging a bit right now, unless it's on my side. No, it's probably on my side. It's probably on my side, Emergent. The internet where I live right now is... I'm trying to think of a really family-friendly way of putting it. There isn't many. The words I would use to describe it would probably get me banned off this fucking site. It is shit. It is super, super shit. So hopefully in about 6 days, I'm moving. And hopefully the new place is going to have much better internet. So what's up with this early? This is the earliest I've seen you stream, Echo. Bullshit. Bullshit, King Julian. How you doing, bro? Zakimi, how you doing? Ace the Base, how you doing? No, this is actually quite late, considering what times we've started streaming in the last 2 weeks. Just day before yesterday, we started streaming at like just past 7 my time, whereas it's almost 9 my time now. So not streamed at 6 a.m. No, I was a little busy today, as I was yesterday. So I was trying to finish everything before going live, because load shedding's been kicking my ass. You guys have no idea. Load shedding is so bad right now. So yeah, I tried to finish all my work yesterday, couldn't, and so this morning I was still like just rushing to get everything done, but it should be done now. So we at least we have today where we can stream and not be interrupted. Ace the Base, I'm literally just moving next door actually. Not next door to where I live, next door to the town that I live in. So I'm just moving to the town next door. But that town has Frogfoot internet, whereas where I'm now, I'm on Octotal, and Octotal sucks. No, the address? Dude, I would actually not mind giving it to you if I knew it. I don't know what the address is. But genuinely, I would have to go look on the contract, and I don't have the contract with me right now. So I have no idea. No idea. What the address is for the place. I wouldn't know, because I live in a country that doesn't have load shedding. Go fuck yourself, King Julian. You can suck my dick, bro. Still waiting for you to visit Romania. Ace the Base, that is probably not gonna happen. Look, I don't like traveling. I don't get the appeal. So yeah, don't wanna get anyone's hopes up, but I will most likely never travel. If it's not in South Africa, and actually, I should go so far as to say, if whatever I have to go do isn't, like, within half an hour's drive of where I live now, I'm not doing it. Simple as that. I don't like driving, I don't like traveling, I don't like road trips, I don't like actually being out of the house. I could just be very happy staying in my house all day, playing video games. That's good enough for me. That's a good life as far as I'm concerned. So from Strand to Firgrove? Zakimi, no. From Strand to Gordon's Bay. Scott Berge, how you doing, bro? If Canada had load shedding, we would freeze. Scott Berge, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's good that you guys don't have load shedding. I will say that. You guys should count yourself incredibly lucky. Ours started in 2008, and it has gotten progressively worse. This year is probably the worst year we've had on record. For the last 130 days, I think. I think it's like the last 130 days. It's been like non-stop. There's never been a day that there hasn't been load shedding. And it's also going up in stages. So it used to be, on average, about 3 or 4 times a year, we would have stage 2 load shedding, which isn't great, but stage 2 is fine. Stage 2, most of the time, you're only off once a day for 2.5 hours, and then, the rest of the time, you're fine. Stage 3 can be a little tricky, because sometimes you'll have 1 a day, sometimes you'll have 2 a day, but stage 3 is still alright. Stage 4 is where it gets really shit, because stage 4 is guaranteed 4.5 to 5 hours of load shedding every single day. That's guaranteed. And sometimes it can be 3 times a day. So then you're off for 7.5 hours a day. 7.5 to 8 hours a day. So, stage 4 can be really harsh sometimes. Right now, the country is sort of constantly on stage 4, moving on to stage 5. So it is hell. It is literally hell. The way in which I do my job now, or even anything now, it's just so horrible, because I'm working a little, then the power goes out, and then I sort of, twiddle my fucking thumbs, and then I work a little, and the power comes out, and then I twiddle my thumbs. Well, I don't twiddle, I read. Notek, how you doing? Thanks for the first chat, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. All right, just saying, there are no vampires running amok. They all have citizenship. ZA, the other direction, well, big move. Oh yeah. Fabi the Black Dragon, how you doing? We'll take 186 hours by car from my place to Gordon's Bay. 186 hours, that's not worth. I don't think you could drive it by car, if I'm honest. Like, maybe you could. I don't know if there's ferries between Europe and Africa. Would there be a ferry? I don't think so. I don't think you could do it by car. And I know it would take you a fuck long time to drive through Africa, because, so remember, most of Africa doesn't have any development whatsoever. So for very vast periods of time, you will be driving on dirt roads, or sometimes not even roads at all. So yeah, by the time you reach South Africa, your car would be fucked. Just don't code and drive. If you're a developer, you could. No, I mean, I wouldn't say anyone, like, unless you earn a shit ton of money, coming to South Africa is not worth it.
I felt bad hearing ABT. The load shedding in our country here is something to cheer you up.
Max, I really appreciate the 1,000 bits, brother. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Oh shit, I forgot to fucking reset the counter. Why didn't you guys let me know? I forgot to reset the counter, bastards. I'll do it now. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Max, how you doing, brother? Yeah, no, it's, I mean, you get used to it. There's no point in complaining about it. You just, what gets me down about it really is the lack of work that I'm able to do. That really is the only thing that gets me down about it. It's not the load shedding. I can exist with load shedding. It doesn't bother me. Because when the power goes out, I literally have a lamp. I have a light, a headlight that I just put on, and then I lie down and I read. And I'll just read for a good 2 hours. Power comes back on. I felt like I had a good time, and then I get back to work. What bothers me is when I can't stream. Big and Dan, how you doing, brother? Ultimate Road Trip, Tierra del Fuego in Chile and Argentina to South Africa. Physically impossible, though. Unless you get a boat, right? So you drive your car onto the boat, and then the boat brings you to South Africa. In which case, technically, would it be still a road trip? I guess. Not sure your financial ability to do so, but have you thought about solar power with a power bank for the house residents? Imogen, yeah, I am saving up for that, but it is redonkulously expensive. You have to understand, my country has some of the most bonkers rules and laws that you will ever find. So my government has like a massive amount of import taxes that they charge on solar panels and batteries and things like that to be brought into the country, right? So whenever you buy a battery, like almost 50% of the price of that battery is tax, because my government is protecting the industry at home, even though there is no industry at home. Like, there's no one at home doing jack shit, right? But the import taxes is there to protect this non-existing fucking competition. Emergent, you motherfucker. Thanks for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, they don't like competition. It's not competition. Look, I get the logic behind import taxes, even though I still believe that import taxes is just absolutely evil. I get the logic behind it. You're trying to protect the local industry that can't always compete with the international industry, even though in a perfect world where government doesn't think that it's their right to interfere in everything, the argument there should be, well, if you guys can't compete with the international audience or with the international community, you need to get better. You need to find ways of making your product either better or cheaper to actually be able to compete. It's not the job of government to make things more expensive so that you can compete, because all that happens is the few companies that do actually create solar panels in South Africa, and I do believe there's like one or two that makes batteries and solar panels, they charge the same as the international ones with all the taxes on top of it. Because they can. Because, you know, it doesn't matter which one you buy. At the end of the day, you're going to pay through your fucking nose for it. So yeah, it's incredibly expensive. The most recent estimations I got, just for getting sort of not even fully off the grid. We're not even talking fully off the grid. We're talking like semi off the grid. So for the most part, you'll be able to generate all your own electricity, but this of course excludes the use of air cons and all that shit. Once you include that, it becomes far more expensive. But sort of just reasonable pricing there, you're looking at about $10,000, right? Just to kind of start getting you off the grid. That is expensive. That is pricey. Contrary to popular belief, not all Twitch streamers are millionaires. If I was a millionaire, I'd probably already live in a solar house. Like, literally the whole house would be made of solar panels. Just because I could. But I can't, so I have to save up for whatever I want to do. But I am busy. I am slowly but surely saving up for it. There's a road gap between Colombia and Panama, as well as within Alaska and Russia, as well as within Africa, as you mentioned, just as I logged in. Also, thanks for first time joining for your stream. Pickingham, thanks for joining, bro. Really appreciate that. Emergent with the 5 community subs. Dude, really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, fresh meat for the meat grinder. Can I get some hearts in chat? There's a few new DJs that has just joined the nation. We're very, very happy to have you here. Emergent doing his bit to help with the solar fund. I really appreciate that, brother. What's new in the World of Warcraft scene, FYI? Do we know? Is there anything new? Is there anything that I missed that I haven't covered yet? I know there's a short story. When's the short story launching? Or is it already out? No, there is a short story. Steve Denuser mentioned a short story. But I'm not sure if the short story is already out or if we're still sort of waiting for it. World of Warcraft launched 18 years ago. New global realm category. Why you should play Balanced Druid. Nope. Upcoming class. Nope. Blizzard Dragonflight blog making it with professions. Blizzard on Retribution Paladin Balance. Support a streamer. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I was quite surprised by this. I made it into this fucking list. I don't know why. Like, I didn't think I would. But let's see if we can find me again. There you go. Look at that. Takes you straight to my channel as well. I like it. So on the 28th, Zukimi, if you're watching on the 28th and we're playing World of Warcraft, if you gift 2 subs, you get a free pet in-game. So Blizzard literally just gives you a pet in-game. If you watch any of these channels on the list here. And as you can see, it seems like Blizzard literally just gave all streamers that applied. Like, literally all streamers that applied got accepted. So maybe I shouldn't feel special at all. This is like the longest list of people that's allowed to give you pets that I've ever seen in my life. Like, just look at that. Yeah, I should not feel special. No one should feel special for getting onto this list. This is an insane list. On with, I have to give 2 subs. Yeah, on the 28th. I think it's 3 p.m. PST or some shit like that. They do actually say here somewhere. Hold on, let me just go back up. Because they do actually explain it. So please note that the campaign will begin on November 28, 2022 at 3 p.m. PST. So from this time, PST, if you gift 2 subs to any of these channels, so any of your favorite channels, it seems, that is playing World of Warcraft at the moment, you'll be getting a free pet. German, exactly, yeah. But this is the kind of marketing that I've been saying Blizzard should involve themselves in for a very long time. Because it does a couple of things. Yes, it is incredibly... whatchamacallit? Of course, they're basically sort of coercing streamers into all streaming on the same time so that, you know, Blizzard can get the fame, or at least the exposure, of being the #1 played game on Twitch. And obviously new people will see that, and new people might buy the game. And also people like free shit. So you might get a lot of people that you know, they've gifted 2 subs, now they want to see what this pet looks like in the game. So they're going to buy the game so they can check. But what makes this good is it's Blizzard working with their partners. Because that's what content creators are. They're partners of gaming companies. And we want to work with gaming companies. I've never not wanted to work with Blizzard on anything. The problem is that when Blizzard treats you, i.e. me, the content creator, as a cancer, I'm going to treat them as a cancer. Because what else am I supposed to do, right? I'm never going to pull my punches. But if Blizzard actually allowed me to speak my mind and actually speak to someone, that would probably mean that I wouldn't get so frustrated. So I do think this is a good way for Blizzard to sort of do both, right? They're getting that exposure. They're basically forcing streamers, quote unquote, to stream on the 28th, but streamers are getting money. This is the best type of advertising because you're effectively saying, all right, there's a lot of people that's going to gift at least 2 subs. Now, here's where things get really cool. Most people don't just gift 2 subs. Like, out of all the people that's going to be subbing on that day, and let's imagine it's going to be a few, right? How many people do you think will only gift 2 subs? When it's far easier to just do 5. Right? Because 5 and 10, these are already pre-allocated. So what's going to end up happening is the vast majority of people they're just going to gift 5 subs. So streamers are going to make bank on this day. So getting pumped for Dragonflight makes me hope that the story they are writing keeps being as good as it is now. Demonic, how you doing? Oh, I'm right there with you. I'm hoping for the exact same thing, believe you me. You are not alone. You are not alone, fam. Z-Boy, how you doing, bro? So I posted a question on your Reddit page the other day about the etymology of Azeroth and its similarity to the Zereths, but with a prefix. Before the Zereths, etc., there is also a definition of Zeroth. Before the first, to paraphrase, has this been covered before? Emergent... So I have spoken in some detail about what I like to call the higher form lore of World of Warcraft. So, you know, if you think of the Titans as the upper barrier to the established lore of World of Warcraft, then things like the first ones and obviously things that come before them, that would sort of be the higher form lore in World of Warcraft, because it's lore that we can only really speculate, and even in that, it's not even speculation, it's just guesswork at that point, because we don't even know anything about the first ones. So trying to understand anything about what came before the first ones, you're just guessing, right? Because you don't even have a place to start from. You kind of know, we kind of have an idea of how the first ones created the universe. This is true. We kind of know how they did that. Actually, we don't know how they did it. We do have an idea of what it cost. So we know that they sacrificed a portion of themselves in order to sort of jumpstart the Zeroth realms and to ensure that all of the cosmological forces would play their part. But outside of that, we don't really know. What's also very interesting is how the cosmological forces, and this is something that a lot of people miss, before the first ones and before the cosmological forces, there were... Oh, actually, before the first ones and before the Zeroth realms, there were cosmological forces. So all you have to do is go back to the... what's it called? If you go to the expedition report that the brokers wrote, in the expedition report that the brokers wrote, they make they explain that the 6 cosmological forces were in flux. They were at war with one another, trying to conquer each other. And then the first ones arrived, and they basically sacrificed a portion of themselves in order to bring the 6 cosmological forces into balance, to ensure that the 6 will no longer war. So this brings a whole new question of things. Is it possible that the first ones actually sort of completely overpowered the cosmological forces, much like the Titans did with the Elemental Lords? So the Elemental Lords were on Azeroth from the first. In fact, there's arguments to be made that the Elemental Lords were here before the Old Gods even arrived, because a lot of the early lore sort of suggests that at first the Elemental Lords were perfectly happy, and then the Old Gods arrived, and the Old Gods drove the Elemental Lords mad. But then you look at the Titans, they arrive on Azeroth, and the first thing they do is they lock up all of the Elemental Lords inside their own planes, so that the Elemental Lords can no longer really exercise their power. Which, if you think about it, you know, that could be what the first ones did to the cosmological forces of Azeroth. They simply just locked them up. My theory is vague, but somewhat revolves around Azeroth predating all beings we've ever heard of, and the first ones harnessed it to create the pattern. Again, I would say I'm very much willing to entertain that theory, Emergent. I would actually be very willing to entertain that theory. So, I have 2 thoughts on what Azeroth is, and it's 2 divergent theories. So, the 2 theories are completely mutually exclusive. They cannot exist in the same space. But the one is that Azeroth does not actually form part of the whole of the cycle. So, if you take the cycle to be all of the elemental forces, all of the cosmological forces, all of the first ones and the Zeroth realms and the Great Beyond, and you take all of that and you call it a cycle. So everything as it operates within it, that is the cycle. Then Azeroth is outside of this cycle. Azeroth does not exist within the cycle. Azeroth was kind of placed inside the cycle by a force that is outside of the cycle. And this goes back to the arguments of, again, the brokers in the expedition report, where they explain that in the beginning there were 2 forces. One of these forces eventually became the cycle, as I explained it. The other, they don't know what happened to the other. The other is just sort of gone. So my argument, my theory, at least in this sense, would be that Azeroth is a creation of this other force, not actually a creation of this force. And this is why beings like Zuvul can use Azeroth's essence to effectively dominate the entire universe, because Azeroth is so much more powerful than anything else. The other is that Azeroth was the original force from which all other forces flowed. So you could very easily say that the brokers, insofar as the knowledge that they were able to discern from the first 1 temples, because remember, The first ones were the first ones to create our galaxy, but nowhere is it said that they were the first beings to exist. It's very possible that other beings may have existed either before them or while they were alive, whatever the case might be, but it is possible. So it could be that before even the first ones, Azeroth was a force within the universe, and, you know, whatever could be extrapolated from there and how that would play into the universe, I'm not entirely sure, but I would be willing to entertain the theory. D-Rocker, by the way, thanks for the 1 sub. 18 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? Saviki, how you doing? And Aklon just saw a Balila video, which he tells that maybe Nosdormu had his eyes opened by the old gods and saw that what the Titans really want isn't good for us. Well, I mean, that would just align with my own theories, right? So, what I would say there is, Balila, welcome. Welcome to the promised land. I made that video probably a couple of months ago at this point where I said the exact same thing. Nosdormu could have very... So my thoughts around Nosdormu would kind of be twofold. On the one hand, I can absolutely see how Nosdormu, at the end of his life, so when all of it plays out, because the current thing is that Nosdormu dies, or at the moment of Nosdormu's death, he becomes Morozond. Okay, now, to this, my argument would be that in the moment of his death, so at the hour of his death, in the seconds before his death, Nosdormu sees something. Something is revealed to him in whatever sense that might be. But this revelation shows him the absolute manipulation of the Titans, the subversion of the Titans. And in that moment, Morozond is born, because now Nosdormu realizes that there is no point in sacrificing himself here, because if he sacrifices himself, if he dies here, then humanity and mortals and dragonkind keeps existing within this subverted universe that the Titans have created. And therefore, he becomes Morozond in order to stop whatever the Titans were trying to do. And it's sort of telling that he wants to destroy all of the dragon aspects. That is point number one. And point number two is that he wants to destroy all of the different timelines, and so that there is only one timeline left. It's funny enough that the Primalists want the same thing. The Primalists also wish to bring an end to all of the dragon aspects and also all of the Titan creations. So that is entirely possible. The other, of course, is that he has already seen the subversion of the Titans, and that he's seen it because of the Void, and because the Void has control over a lot of the timeline stuff. That's how the Void got their entrance. So there is those two theories that could be possible. I'm not entirely sure which one to believe, but I have made a video not long ago, actually, I think like a month and a half ago or something, where I said basically the same things. Sloan, how you doing? How could they not be the first beings to exist? That's not possible. It's literally in their name. Because names are not the be-all and end-all. We already know they weren't the first things to exist, King Julian. Because we know that there is a clockmaker of the universe. There is something that created things before them. The first ones may have just called themselves the first ones, much like the Titans said that they created everything on Azeroth. But really, they only ordered a lot of things on Azeroth. They created jack shit. You know, so, yeah. A name is just a name. It doesn't mean anything. Not until it's completely fucking codified. Rookie's question for a follow-up, Nosdormu, is our present version Morozond. Wait, are you saying that current Nosdormu could be Morozond already? Because no. Yeah, that... Just look at Apocalypse. So... As far as Nosdormu is concerned, it is impossible for him to change the timeline of Morozond. He cannot subvert it. Because no matter which timeline he goes to, Morozond is always created. Because the sad thing is, the prophecy as it stands, what he saw is that if he tries to stop his death by any means, he becomes Morozond. And he will die. There is a moment that death will come for him. But if he tries to subvert it in any way, if he tries to change the outcome in any way, he becomes Morozond as a result of this. So we have to start asking ourselves, what could possibly be the events of that would lead to an outcome of Morozond every single time, no matter what? The Book of the Broker made clear that the outside force is outside of the cosmic forces, or could it meant the first ones? No, it's definitely not the first one. So we can go. My life. Broker expedition report. I'm gonna say wow, Jesus. Let's just say wow. So here we go. Don't they have the individual pages? No. Fuck my life. Now I'm going to have to read it like this. I prefer the individual pages. Did I download those pages? I want to say I may have, but I'm not entirely sure. Where would I have downloaded those pages though? Video assets? Would it have been video assets? May have been video assets. Saint Mirror, bro, with the Prime sub. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Fresh meat for the meat grinder. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to the newest degenerate. I'm trying to see if I can find this picture, but I don't think I'm gonna. So we'll just go through it like this. Fine. We'll do it this way. Wait, maybe they have the Wowhead one. Yeah, because the Wowhead one actually does have the different box. Used to have the different box. Fuck my life. Okay, of course there won't be any pictures. Okay, I hate my life so much. Could it be this one? Complete Tashafish lore book. Yeah, here we go. All right, so thanks for the Saint Mirror. Thank you so much for the first time chat, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Okay, so Overseer Al Relan, Overseer, it is the tremendous disappointment that I pass along these notes written by the hand of the heretic Alfirim. Though members of the expedition had long referred to him as the mad scribe, none of us expected that his eccentricities concealed unlawful beliefs. If we had, he would have been replaced immediately. As you requested, I have not shared these writings with other members. Alfirim's replacement has already proposed an alternative method of translating that she assures me will yield favorable results. I am pleased with no additional losses have been occurred since the last. All right, so the nature of the 6, 7 possible infinite. Among the superstitions conveyed to me by Iraq II, superstitions I of course dismissed as the fanciful mythos of an uncivilized culture, one lingered within my mind. For you see, it takes a truly exceptional intellect to transcend what one is taught and retaught by so-called scholars, open to only a narrow possibility. Iraq II spoke of 1,000 truths, which I at first took as a sign of scattered indecision. But the key to interpreting the writings of the first ones lay in setting aside what I had believed and accepting a greater reality beyond it. Suddenly I perceived the pattern and its fractals not as one truth, but layers of intersecting truths. Just as we, from our first moment of consciousness, know that death is the foundation of all existence, so there are beings whose nature is fundamentally different from our own. Imagine then, based upon the truths I have told you, that each of these rival forces could, and I stress could, for the fractals may yet reveal another path, be embodied by a host of transcendent beings as powerful as our own eternal ones. I have but scratched the barest surface of this. A final question to your reader, if true. Where's the other box? Here we go. Tenure, we will finally discover the tangible, and yet so close to achieving. Understand, despite being most when at last. Okay, next to the dawn of all things. There is no small irony that the first specimens of their language remain the most inscrutable. Perhaps that is what hindered my progress for so long. There are references to forces of primal that we have no frame of reference for them, rolling and shining, measured and deliberate. The words here have multiple meanings. I must set them aside for now. What is clear is that great powers took shape. How many? There are numbers within numbers, my friends. At first I thought only 2, until I perceived an infinite array. Oh, the terror of it. But as of late, I have settled on 6, possibly 7, but the last might be an artifact of the geometry, a fractal. I will tell you what I know. These 6 forces existed in strife. Well, not strife in the way one such as you or I would see it. Opposition, surely, but whether malignant or benign is unclear. There was imbalance, until there was a need for something more. They came together, or were brought together, depending on how one interprets the fractal, and gave form to their designs. Forged, scribed, shaped. The exact word is elusive. Each architect gave a portion of themselves, and thus the pattern was drawn. It is from here that language becomes clearer. Okay, so at some point here they do say it. Okay, here it is. 6 realms, many intersections, countless fractals. This is page 6. Imbalance, possibly, but that might be wrong. If 6 equal 1, then what is the other? The one outside the pattern. To answer your question. So, according to at least the language of the first ones, there is 6 forces. The 6 forces actually equal just 1 force. So there's 1 force. The other one is outside of that. So hopefully that answers your question. If you have any other questions about that, let me know. But yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty set in stone. There is 2 forces. The one that we know of that created, quote-unquote, our universe. So this would be this entire universe. So if you look at the cosmological map, this is actually just 1 force. If you were to zoom out of this, you would get... So let me just quickly... Let me try and explain this. So this is the 1 force, right? And in this you have, the light, life, order, void, death, and chaos, and you have Azeroth right here in the middle. And then you have the 6 elements, of which spirit, of course, is kind of gone. We don't know where, but you have the 6 elements. This is 1 force. This is 1. And if you zoom out, so right now you're looking at this force. This is the force that you're looking at. Right? But if you were to zoom out, you would actually see that there is another force in this universe. What that other force is, we don't know. But there is another force in this universe. We don't know how this one might be made up. Is it made up the same as ours? Does it look inherently different? Is it possible that this force has none of this? So in other words, if we were to say this force doesn't look like this at all, instead this force exists. It doesn't have all of the fractals within it, but this force may have created this, right? So that's entirely possible. So this force just infiltrated this force. Or, and this is where my theory really becomes, I think, personally, kind of cool. What if the beginning of the universe looked something like this? So if we were to remove all of this very quickly. Okay, so what if the beginning of the universe looked something like this? We had 2 forces, okay? 2 forces. We'll call this light and dark just for interest's sake, because I do think that ultimately it comes down to light and dark. Actually, let's do this instead. We'll call it 1 and 2, right? So Force 1 and Force 2. Force 2, instead of fractalizing itself, instead of pulling itself apart, Heathen History Gaming, how you doing, streaming, how you doing, brother? Thanks for that 100 bits, really appreciate that, bro. Instead of fracturing itself, it decides to create within itself a singular being, a being that possesses all of the power of the entirety of the universe. And so, Azeroth is born. It creates itself as Azeroth. The other force that is now sort of looking at this, going, what the fuck? How dare you? Right? How dare you create a being of this power? What are you trying to achieve? This force instead decide, no, I will encompass you, and I will subvert you. How will I do this? Well, I will fracture myself into 6 forces. So instead of creating one being of unimaginable power, I will become 6 beings of unimaginable power. And with these 6 beings, I will exercise pressure upon you. I will subvert you using your own power to create my own life. And here's where things get truly interesting. Azeroth seems to be capable of creating life on a massive scale through the thing we call the Emerald Dream. So if we were to say this is the Emerald Dream, it is connected to Azeroth as the map shows us. So we have the Emerald Dream here, right? We have the Emerald Dream. Azeroth can create life in its purest form. No need for constructs, no need for creations. It just creates life in and of itself. This other force, this one over here, doesn't have that ability. It cannot create life. It can create constructs. This is why when you go to the realms of death, what do we find? We find eternal ones, right? We find eternal ones. But these eternal ones don't live. Not really. They're not alive. They're constructs. They're constructs created with the essence of Azeroth. So as these 6 cosmological forces draw strength from Azeroth, draw Azeroth's anima, they can create life within their constructs. They can't create true life, but they can create life within their constructs. Now, here's where things get spooky. We have all just believed that the void is where the old gods come from. So we'll draw a couple of tentacles. I am a void lord, a void master, right? I'm a servant of the void. But the old gods can create life too. Actual life. It's thanks to their curse of flesh that life is established through the constructs. So could it be that the old gods are not, as it were, the creatures of the void, but rather the creatures of Azeroth? So they are protectors of Azeroth. And this is what the Titans are trying to hide from us. Otherwise, it's awesome. What do you mean, Emergent? The life force gets... Because no. Remember, if you have a force of life, it doesn't necessarily have to be that that force is life. Think of death. What does the forces of death do? The forces of Zereth Mortis, what do they do? Did they create death? Did they truly create death? No. How do we know they didn't create death? Well, rather simple. If you look at the natural flow of anima, so we're probably going to have to do a new one here, all right? No, don't save. So if you look at the natural flow of anima, all right? So here we have the cosmological forces. This is our cosmos. Okay, so we'll just call it Cosm. This is our cosmos. And then you have the Shadowlands is the rest of this place. So from the cosmos, we have this flow of anima, right? It runs like this. Here we have the Maw. Okay? The souls flow into the Maw, into the river. What's the river called again? Gargua. I think the Gargua River. I could be wrong. It may have another name. But it runs into this river. And then at the end of this river, it runs into the Tower of Torghast. So we have a nice little tower there, right? Tower of Torghast. Everyone's unhappy, whatever the case may be, right? But this is the Tower of Torghast. It runs into the Tower of Torghast. There seems to be the natural flow of souls in the universe. From the cosmos, into the Maw, into the tower. Now, we could say that the tower is actually unnatural. The natural soul of the Shadowlands should look something like this, actually. From here, so from where the moor is, the natural flow of these souls are actually, so as they run through this river, here it will break up and it will flow naturally to different afterlives. You'll have all manner of different afterlives, and this river will feed all of these afterlives equally. Okay, the jailer, being one of the constructs of the first ones, not life, but a construct, decides to build a giant tower right in the middle of this. Says, fuck that. This is my home. I'll do whatever the fuck I want, and I'll kill all of these flows. I will take all of these souls for myself. Okay? I will coalesce them within this tower so that I can build a universe for myself. But before that, the first ones and their constructs have an even better idea. They say, why allow for these souls to flow into the moor? Why don't we build a tower right here? We'll call this tower Oribos. This tower stops the natural flow to the moor of where souls should naturally go, and instead it captures all of these souls, pulling it up towards the Arbiter that sits here and sort of overlooks all the bad shit that happens. And from here, we will create 4 afterlives. We will order death. So we don't create death. We simply order it. So from here, the Arbiter decides which one of these afterlives get which souls. And the natural flow of souls to the moor is corrupted. There is no natural flow anymore because the flow runs into Oribos. How do we know this? The second the Arbiter goes down, the souls continue their flow to the moor, as it has always done, and into Torghast, because Torghast was built for this purpose and this purpose alone, to capture those souls and turn it into an army. So when you say that I'm excluding life, or sort of underdefining or undefining life, the death aspects as we know them right now do not create death. They didn't create anything with death. Death was a natural starting place of the universe. Anything that lives must eventually die. What they did is they brought order to it, the same as the Titans did on Azeroth. So it is possible that when you have the forces of life over here on the map, these forces of life do not create life, but rather they order and sort of give life purpose in their own ideological sense. So whatever they think life should be. But they don't create it. It doesn't come from them. Instead, the only true life comes from this little circle here. This is the only place that true life exists, is in this. And all of it's been subverted, in a sense. That would be my theory. Yeah, pretty much, Emergent. The natural energy that exists on Azeroth is simply channeled by them. Sungimbo, how you doing? Alright, the other lies, and we'll tell that to Illidan, and he will come back and rage. I don't know, because Sargeras is still fundamentally a Titan, right? So I don't think Sargeras has any problem with the actual goals of the Titans. He just didn't like the fact that they didn't want to do what he said, kind of thing. The name Azeroth is pretty similar to the Void creatures like N'Zoth, Il'gynoth, etc. So Vicky, so if we want to go to the origin story of the Void, then Azeroth is very close to Azathoth, which in H.P. Lovecraft, where the old gods, by the way, come from, Azathoth is the demon, or the demon god, or the outer god, or the olden god, depending on which version you want to believe. But Azathoth lies at the center of the galaxy and dreams reality. That's what Azathoth does. That's literally what Azathoth does. And it is said in the books that there are demons and beings that sort of dance around Azathoth and plays music with flutes and pianos to keep him dreaming. Because if he woke up, everything would come to an end. Like, everything. The whole of reality would come to an end. Because, he's the one dreaming it at the moment. So it is kind of interesting that the old gods, which find all of their origin inspiration from H.P. Lovecraft, shares Azeroth's naming scheme insofar as Azeroth versus Azathoth. I'm just saying, I think there is far more evidence in our galaxy that Azeroth and the Void might be the only creatures that are aligned with each other, or at least insofar as the old gods are concerned. Azeroth may actually be aligned with all of them. That would be my theory. I don't know if it's right. It might be wrong, but that would be my theory. Love your stuff. Brother, how you doing, bro? What do you mean get up the videos? What videos? See you, Sarah, on the Druid's channel. Also demons. Sinful ways. Yeah, but demons are just disorder, right? Keep it up. Oh, yeah. I mean, I love discussing lore, right? So I'll probably never stop doing this. This is sort of very fun for me. Kelly, which image? Are you talking about this image? This one? Oh, just Google cosmological map World of Warcraft or WoW cosmological map. It'll pop up. This comes from the Chronicles. So if you read the Chronicles, you'll find this map in there. Echo, you're up early for your time zone. Blasphemous Crow, how you doing, bro? No, not really. It's 25 to 10 at the minute. Can you give a shout out to the nurse that is watching the stream that helped deliver my newborn? I caught him low-key watching on his second monitor and wanted to say thank you. Javed, yeah, of course. Do you know what his name is? What do you think how Illidan will come back? He will find out about the Titans' all truth, or Khadgar will tell him. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how Illidan returns, what even happens when Illidan returns. Does Illidan return? So what I don't know right now, and I guess this is by design, probably because that's how Blizzard wants it, but what I don't know, right, Kaylee, by the way, massive shout out to you, bro. And of course, for helping deliver the newborn. Jabad, did that happen today or tomorrow or yesterday? When was your kid born? Congratulations, by the way. Unless, of course, this is years ago, but this happens to be the nurse that delivered your newborn. Massive shout out to you, Kaylee. Fair, it's 11 p.m. here. I'm used to seeing you at like 3, 4 a.m. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, can we get some hearts in chat for Jabad? New parent and all that. I really hope that your child is healthy and happy and all the best in life, bro. Very, very much congratulations. And of course for Kaylee that helped deliver the little baby. Good luck, bro. I heard that new parents don't sleep much. So I'm glad it's on me. Gonna be honest with you. I'm tired enough as it is. Like, I can't be dealing with a child keeping me awake as well. But yeah, very, very happy for you, brother. Just me. Many people have many happy events and memories wished to you, and hopefully a manageable amount of sleepless nights. Yeah, well, maybe that's part of what makes you sort of enjoy parenthood, right? Is the effort that goes into it. I don't know. I've never been a parent. I've never even had the possibility of being a parent. So I'm good. I'm perfectly good. I've had the call before. I've had the scares before, but it's never been to the point where like the scares actually became something real. Usually like a week later, the girl would phone me and say, oh, never mind. We good. God. Princess Melina, how you doing? He's doing well. He is very sleepy, but likes to wake people up around midnight. Yeah, because they sleep whenever the fuck they feel like it. That's just children, right? Scares. Town Portal. I've had a few scares in my time, where the girl phones you up and she's like, "So, I'm a bit late," and you immediately just your balls fucking go straight up into your body, bro. Your heart stops. You're just like, fuck. I don't know how the fuck am I supposed to deal with this. So yeah, it's happened. It's happened before, but it's always turned out great. So no worries here. Is going to be much of an old one. You're going to sacrifice yourself for your creation. Yeah, I mean, that's why we exist, I suppose. Pro tip from a father, rain white noise. Dude, white noise works for everyone. Even me as an adult sleep so much better with white noise. It's so much better. White noise really does help. Or just like a fan. If you get a loud enough fan, you know, a fan that can really fucking go. Like this one behind me here. Bro, it's like next level shit. It really is just next level. I'm sure there's a short story, but I'm not sure if the short story is out yet. The song about true. But from what I've heard, so I know quite a few people that were very... Let me say this. I have quite a few friends that were very... let's say irresponsible young adults. You know, I remember in college, we would go out, get drunk every night, sleep around, course, we wouldn't work, we wouldn't even study, you know, we would basically just coax through life effectively. And all of them, the day they got married, and specifically the day their first children were born, was like a turning point for them. Like every single fucking guy I've spoken to about this says the same thing. The day you get married, there's like a thing that just clicks. And especially when you have children, this thing in your brain just fucking clicks on. And you just suddenly start working harder than you've ever worked before, striving for more than you ever thought possible. It's like, my brother has this thing that he loves saying. It's not he's saying, but necessity is the mother of all invention, right? And that really is true. If you have to survive, like if you have a lot of responsibility, you know, you have a wife that relies on you, you have a child that relies on you. Now, these days, wives no longer rely as heavily on their husbands, although in South Africa, that is still, I would say the norm is still housewives for the most part. You know, so you have a wife that relies on you, you have a child that relies on you. Suddenly, you're forced to perform. And it's as if that pressure, humans just thrive under that pressure. As soon as you know it's now or fucking never, you just explode upwards. So, yeah, many people, I think people are correct when they say getting married is not just a fun thing, it's a necessity for humans. Getting married, finding that person that pushes you to be better than what you were before. So yeah, you would be you're so many people that have told me the exact same thing. As soon as they saw that little child and they knew that this fucking child is mine and I have to take care of it. Just like their brains just immediately clicked into focus. They knew what they had to do now. Ethan, thanks for the 100 bits. We have a god emperor that relies on us. True. Very true. This is why humanity works so fucking hard, right? Snubby, how you doing? It's because the emperor relies on them. Yeah, it is actually a, like, I don't know, because some people just have a drive for different things, right? So you get people that have this incredible drive to be rich. So they'll get rich whether they're married, not married, doesn't matter. They'll get fucking rich, right? Because their only drive is to be rich. But I do think the vast majority of people, if you run away from a life of responsibility, so if you try to make your life as easy as possible, just sort of, you want to coax through life and just not really deal with much, the chances of you reaching success is very low. Very low. Because if you're not pushed to be better, why would you be better? I mean, what possible reason could there be to push yourself to higher extremes and to higher successes if there's no one breathing down your neck? You got married when you were 23. Fuck. I've seen some of my friends get married before they were ready and were not able to change in a way that was necessary. Hard to watch. Oh, sure, true. I mean, I think these days marriage is very much treated as an accessory rather than what I would consider to be one of the, if not the most important decision you can make. On the dating market. Well, I just got a lot less attractive on the dating market. Just stopped with my studies because of the pressure of it and the pressure my brain added to that.
Zealot in Darktide literally has a line in which he says millions of people toiling hard together for the God Emperor's sake. Paradise.
Heathen history, really appreciate that. 100 bits, really appreciate that. And yeah, I can see that. I can absolutely agree with that. 927 wasn't ready for sure. So, Mental Fan, attractiveness, certainly success breeds attractiveness. The more successful you are, the more attractive you're going to be. This is just a fact of life. Women tend to marry across or up, never down. Like, very few women, the vast minority of women will marry down. So if you have a degree, you're instantly higher in terms of attractiveness to the majority of women out there because degrees are important, but they're finding, at least nowadays with more and more people getting a degree, that the degree alone doesn't mean much because so many people have a degree that now it's sort of masters and, your honors, your masters or your doctorate would be even more important now in terms of weight. But I mean, you don't need a degree. You could just be successful, right? You could literally just start making a lot of money, and that success is also going to breed more attractiveness. Men tend to marry down. Very few men will marry the same or up. Most men will marry down. Most women will marry the same or up. So yeah. I wouldn't say that your degree alone is a problem there. What do you mean the personality is unattractive to you? Metal Fan. How is the personality unattractive to you? Why does dating suck, Jake? Dude, I'm still looking for that fucking short story, if it is out yet. Denuser said in his interview that there is a short story coming. But I don't know if it's out yet. That is sad days. The obsession with social media, I'm with you. I think we have a massive problem these days for both men and women. The people that I feel most sorry for in modern society is almost definitely young girls. Humanity or society have managed to sell young girls this idea that you can be incredibly happy on your own, right? All you need is you, your phone, and Instagram. Everyone now wants to be a model. Everyone right now wants to be a superstar. Everyone wants to be a content creator. It's actually quite fascinating. In the 90s, when they would go into classrooms and ask children whether or not, what they want to be when they grow up, the vast majority would be like doctors, firemen, nurses, whatever, like real jobs. Now, when they ask young people, what do you want to be when you grow up? The vast majority will be like content creator. You know, Twitch streamer, TikToker, YouTuber. Thank you very much, Rizzler. Really appreciate that, brother. Ruaka, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. So that is a giant problem. And I do think, especially for young girls, because we have a massive problem in our world. One that no one seems to want to address. But over the course of the last 60 years, suicides for both men and women have gone up significantly. Young boys kill themselves at a scary fucking rate, and young girls do the same thing. Like, just, it is, for young girls, it's doubled in the last 60 years. Young boys is higher in terms of just pure statistics, but that's usually because young boys succeed better. So when a young man decides to kill himself, they succeed a lot more often than what girls do in killing themselves. But we have a fucking pandemic of young men and women killing themselves in our societies. And, you know, everyone seems to have their own reasons for why. What I can say is something we're doing right now isn't fucking working. It doesn't matter what that is. You can have your theories, but we are doing something right now that is leading to everyone being unhappy. And I think it has something to do with society telling young men and women that it is okay to not listen to your biology. It is okay to go against your own biology and do things that is just fun. They find it fucking everywhere, dude. Everywhere. They find young girls that do things because society tells them it's okay to do it, and then they hate themselves for it. So it's almost as if when you deny the very biological facts of a species, bad things will happen to it. True, but well, I was at that point a few weeks ago because of that pressure and depression of my own expectations and the workload from school. I know I'm not going to be able to do a full-time job with my chaotic mind, but my study required a minimum of 56 hours of constant study per week. You were mostly busy around the 70, 80 hours per week, and that's too much for me. Metal fan. When I was 31 years old, right? Ethan, thanks for the 50, dude. Really appreciate that. I dreamt of finally following my passion and becoming a YouTuber. It was shortly before my 32nd birthday that I finally started my YouTube channel and, you know, kicked off with it. And I was so convinced that this is what I want to do for the rest of my life, because I hated work. You know, I despised going into the office every single day and, you know, being on the building sites and the construction sites. And I would work for, you know, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, almost every single day. Like, there were no off days. It was just work. And I thought, yeah, from a YouTuber, you know, you make one video a day and then you're done. Then you relax, you chill, you play video games, you stream a little, you know, all that shit. Turns out I work more now than what I've ever worked in my entire life. Like, I work way more now than I've ever worked in my entire life. I currently work in terms of just pure time spending working. So making videos, researching videos, live streaming, all that. It's anywhere from 12 to 14 hours a day, sometimes up to 16 hours a day. And then I sleep, because that's all I do. I wake up at 4 o'clock every morning. I'm at the gym. I'm in the gym at 5. And then literally as soon as I get home, I jump in the shower, get out of the shower and start working. Like straight up, start working, streaming, making videos, all that jazz. I love it. I wouldn't be able to not do it. I don't know what to fucking do with myself. I've spent Saturdays. There's been Saturdays where I would I'm 37 right now, Jake. There's been Saturdays where I've thought, okay, I'm going to take it easy. I'm just going to relax, you know. I don't want to work so hard. I get about 2 hours in, I'm like, fuck, what? Dude, I guess I should make a video or maybe edit some stuff because this is super boring. Like, halfway through the Saturday, I feel like I want to kill myself because I don't know what to do. I genuinely don't know what to do. It's not fun. Like, I was watching this Saturday that just passed, actually. So this Saturday that just passed, I thought, okay, I'm going to sit and I'm going to watch the House of the Dragon, right? I'm going to watch House of the Dragon. It's going to be awesome. I watched 2 episodes of House of the Dragon, and then I sat here and I physically felt frustrated. It's like I could be doing something a lot more productive than this. This is not productive. This is not helping me in any way, shape, or form. This is not making me money. This is just useless. What I'm doing right now is just wasting my time. You need to find something that you love, or like at least, and then just do that well, and just keep doing it, I think. And that's how that's how, like, work just becomes an easy thing to do. Alzin, I do enjoy it, yes. I mean, there's obviously things that I don't enjoy about it. Don't get me wrong. There is obviously things that I don't enjoy about my job. There are days where you really just don't feel like you want to stream. I'm not going to lie. That is absolutely true. There are days where you wake up and you go, bro, I don't have the strength today. I don't, because it's effort. It is effort. I'm not suggesting that it's like being a fucking coal miner. Don't get me wrong, right? I'm not saying that my job is as hard as any of yours, because I don't think it is. But when I sit here, I have to entertain, right? I have to entertain you guys. I have to bring everything I've got to this conversation. Otherwise, no one want to watch this. Why would you watch someone that just sort of sits here and just sort of goes, would that be fun? If I just sat here and I just sort of looked at chat and just every once in a while I went, nice. No. Most of you would go, all right, I'm out. I'll go watch something else. This is super fucking boring. No, you want to, I need to entertain you. The issue with streaming is that it is an incredibly one-way conversation. Because remember, when you're doing a show, so say for example, you're on a stage and you're singing to a crowd, you can hear the crowd scream, their energy is coming back to you, it really fucking, it really hypes you up, right? When you're acting, you have actors around you and there's a massive amount of back and forth. But when you're streaming, the only energy you get is the little that comes off of chat, when chat is actually talking to you and you can see chat's really into it, and that does help. But it's not the same as if, you know, there was an actual, like, you guys were actually sitting in the crowd and laughing and clapping hands and all that shit. That would obviously be a lot more of an entertaining stream, if you will. So it is a one-way conversation. So you're giving everything you've got. I can tell you now, when I'm done with like a 4, 5, 6 hour stream, bro, I'm done. I genuinely, I don't want to speak. I don't want to do anything. I usually just sit for like a good half an hour. Like, literally, this is what happens when I end my streams. I end the stream and then I just sit here. Just gathering myself. Just finding myself. Trying to, you know, get some of that energy back. You know, just sort of get yourself okay again. And I guarantee you this is the same for every single streamer out there. If you don't believe me, go look at some of the live stream VODs for Zackroar. You guys know Zackroar, Asmongold's second channel. So Asmongold would be live on Asmongold, right? And he would be Asmongold, the same Asmongold that you all know and love. And then he goes, right after that, he goes on to Zackroar. What does it sound like? Zackroar streams is like this. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. No, you know, I don't think so. It's fine. No camera, nothing, right? It's literally just sitting there. That's not because he's trying to be a dick or not really into it. It's because you just finished the 6 hour stream. You are drained as fuck. you still want to stream because it is super fun to stream. Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting, oh my God, guys, I hate streaming. I love fucking streaming. It's one of it's one of my favorite things to do is to stream. But you just have nothing. You are running on empty at the end of a stream. You're on empty. There's nothing more that you can give. You're just empty now. So there are days where you wake up and you don't feel as if you have enough energy to even begin the fucking stream. But those days you just have to power through. You just be like, dude, this is your fucking job, go. And then you go live and you suddenly feel like, oh shit, here we go. Energy's back, let's do this, boys. And then you go, right? And then there's YouTube videos that's fucking miserable to make sometimes. Not always. There are videos that's really fun to make, but there are videos where I hate making them. It's very tedious to make. I want the end result, and I'm really looking forward to what the end result will be. But getting to that end result is like a fucking tedious process. But you have to do it because it's part of the job. It's just the way it is. So yeah, every job has its downsides. That's just always going to be the case. There's work streaming and there's chilling in VC with friends streaming. Oh, Cat of Night. Believe me, you guys do not want to see me chilling with my friends in voice chat. This is the one thing that you guys do not want to see. You don't want to watch that stream. Ask Apocalypse what that stream is like when I'm hanging out with skills in them and streaming at the same time. And when I want to play WoW, my hobby, I'm so drained, and that sucks. Jake, I know that feeling. True. Okay, that is also true. I don't think it would be safe for me to stream my voice chat with my friends. That shit's dangerous as fuck. Let's just say that it is the most politically incorrect group of friends that you can ever hear. But even then, when I'm like after a stream, so it's probably gonna happen today as well, right? My power's gonna go out. When the power comes back on, I'll probably log on to the VC and I'll just play Call of Duty Warzone, because that's basically what I've been playing. I just sit here, bro. Like, I literally just sit here and we just talk shit. I don't pay attention to anything else. So that's what this stream would be like. Is me just sitting here chatting to my friends, not entertaining. Because especially when I'm playing Warzone, I'm not good at it. I suck at Warzone. So I have to hyper focus, which means I completely forget that chat even exists. I just potato mode most of the time, where I'm just sort of trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. For me, the decision was keep fighting for an imagined future or helping myself now, as I was one button press away from not being here a few weeks ago, which woke me up to the situation with my study and made me realize that I had to choose for my current mental health, because without a healthy me now, there would be no me in the future. Mental man, I'm not here to judge you, just so you know. Nothing that I said now is meant to be judgment. I don't know your personal circumstances. I don't know, what's good for you, what isn't. The one thing that I can tell you is never second guess your choices. You've made them. And I can tell you now, as someone that has made many wrong choices, many, I regret none of them. I don't regret a single one of my choices, even the very bad ones that backfired like fucking crazy. Because out of every single one of those choices, I learned something. Looking back at it now, I can look back and go, okay, this is why I no longer do things like that, because of that. And because of how that happened. Yeah, your choices is what ultimately shape you into the person you will be every single day from now until the day you die. So there's no point in being upset about them. They just do what they do and you just have to stick with it. Speaking of YouTube videos, it would be nice to have a video about Azathoth and Azeroth. Oh, especially, I made that video years ago. I don't remember when though, but I did make a video very long ago about the nature of Azathoth versus Azeroth. Zen Banana, how you doing? Yeah, we have it here. We have the short story here. We'll read it in a second. People have already linked it to me. I'm just hanging out, guys. I'm just hanging out. Like, This is the one thing I can say about this stream. I made the mistake. Dude, is this a short story? It feels a lot longer than a short story, no? We got Renown and Dragonflight. I mean, the way the Renown is going to work now, I think is fine. Song. So, I mean, Renown basically is just replacing Reputation. And I think Reputation has been very underwhelming in World of Warcraft for a very long time. So, yeah, I would argue... Yeah, it doesn't matter. Tiger Shark, yeah. I can imagine Noble did a read. Well, I'm obviously... I think ours will be longer than 50 minutes because I tend to speculate a lot during these types of readings. So, that, yeah. I'm pretty sure ours is going to be a lot longer than just 50 minutes. Metalvan, is there? Because I haven't found any of those. Because, yeah, the ebooks is not available to me. Not legally, no. I don't really give a fuck. Because I do buy the books just for the sake of having them. Oh, man, let's go. Let us hear your sexy reading voice. We'll do it in a minute. We'll do it in a minute. A regret is realizing you didn't learn a lesson in time for it to not negatively affect you in the long run, no? Or how would you define it? No, because you learn things exactly, in my opinion, when you're meant to learn them. You can't learn a lesson that you are not ready for. So this is one of the reasons why I never listen to these, these people that coach you on how to be successful. So you'll get these YouTube channels that tell you how to make money and where you should invest and how you should treat it. And they go through all this, like, tricks that they follow in their own lives to make themselves rich. I never watch those channels because it worked for that person. But just because it worked for that person does not mean that it's going to work for you. Because what's going to work for you is going to very much depend on your own priorities. So I was watching this guy, right? And he gave his advice for being very rich. So just to be clear, this guy was a millionaire by the age of like 23, I think. And he followed a bunch of different rules in how he became a millionaire. And one of them was the following. Whenever he felt like he wanted to buy something, so he was looking at something and he thought, should I buy that? He would always wait at least 3 days before he buys it. And then, if he decided that he wasn't going to buy the thing, he would take the money that he would have spent otherwise on the thing and he would have invested it. Now, if you listen to this guy's life, he basically doesn't buy anything. He lives an incredibly minimalistic life, and he effectively tries to talk himself out of owning anything because his main priority is being a millionaire. He has no other priority that is higher than being a millionaire. Myself, being a millionaire is nowhere near my fucking priority. I don't have any aspirations to become a millionaire. If I were to become a millionaire, it would be purely by accident because I have no interest in being one. For me, the only thing I care about is that I have enough money to pay for my house, that I have enough money to at least afford food, and that's it, really. I don't really have any other like massive needs outside of that. So for me, whenever there is a thing that I really want to buy, it's usually because I really believe I need this thing. I don't buy frivolous bullshit. I don't really spend my money on bullshit that is unnecessary. So when I want something, I generally need it. So I'm not going to wait 3 days to buy it. I'll just buy it now. So yeah, I personally think everyone will do what they do when they're ready to do it. And yeah, you could look back on your life and say, man, I should have I should have learned that lesson sooner. The truth is, you would never have learned that lesson until you were ready to learn it. That's just the truth of it. even if you could go back and do it all again, you would probably still do it exactly the same way because you're not ready to learn that lesson until you're ready to learn it. Step 1, wake up at 4 a.m. Step 2, grind. Step 3, be a hedge fund baby. True, you could probably do that too, right? Go to Stumble first in order to learn. This is an interesting thing that they found, actually. I was watching the psychologist who spoke about this. You know how old people will usually tell, like parents and stuff, would usually tell you, learn from my mistakes. Everyone has heard that before, or has even said it before to someone. Learn from my mistakes. Believe me, I've made this mistake. You don't want to do it. You know how people say that? Turns out, human beings can't learn like that. At all. We do not learn from other people's mistakes. It's impossible. They have done so much research on this, and they find it the same every single time. Human beings only learn from their own mistakes. We do not look at others' mistakes and learn any lessons from it. We have to make those mistakes ourselves. This is why no matter how many times your parents tell you, don't do it, believe me, don't fucking do it, you have to do it because that's how we learn. We learn by making mistakes. Now, what our parents can give us is tools. So this is where parents become important, because your parents provide you the tools in order to learn those lessons faster. Right? So, for example, your parents can teach you how to be very critical of life. And so when you do make a mistake, you really do introspection and you're critical of yourself. So you learn those lessons much faster than what they did. So your parents maybe made that same mistake 50 times before they finally learned from it, whereas you're just going to make it 25 times before you learn from it. But you are still going to have to make those mistakes in order to learn from them. Because, yeah, we're just shit at learning from other people's mistakes. Is to bother the consequences of others with that mindset? Possible. I certainly don't learn from others' mistakes. No, I prefer to make all my mistakes myself. It's the old, but she here is different. Same, I gotta know as being stably independent, but also not ending up a drunk and drug-addicted junkie in a cardboard box. I don't think I would ever be drug-addicted. Like, that's the one thing. I could end up in a cardboard box and I could end up homeless. That's possible. But I don't think I would end up a drug addict. I don't like drugs. I don't even like alcohol, so I'm fine with that. I think I'm safe there. Their mistakes happen in a different timeline, in a different manner, in a 100% different environment, considering social, economic, political situation. Now, that's true, but usually mistakes might happen in a different milieu, and it might happen in a different area or in a different scenario, but the lessons from those mistakes are usually exactly the same. It's opium addiction? Well, yeah, I do have my hopium, which I think is a good thing. Without hope, humanity would not be going to Mars ever. We have to have hope. Oh, I do have a question for you guys. How many of you are excited for Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter? I'd love to get some thoughts on this in chat. Stop listening at Elon Musk. Lol. Why, Novak? Dude, I was watching this guy. He's like a massive tech guy. And he basically said Elon Musk is most likely going to turn Twitter into the largest social media platform in the world. And it's not even going to be close. And if you listen to some of the plans that Elon Musk have, I have a feeling he might be right. The dumpster fire that is Twitter. Well, Twitter has always been a fucking dumpster fire, so it doesn't really matter, right? Excited for all the ensuing entertainment. Otherwise, couldn't care less. I love it. I don't use it, so when he burns it to the ground, I'll dance in its ashes. I don't think he's going to burn it to the ground. We need more competition in that space. I'm not on Twitter, so I can Well, you can have an opinion on it, no? TPL, thanks for the fucking Prime sub, dude. 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, Elon is really bringing back the idea of engineering. Here's why I think Elon is going to be good for Twitch. For Twitter. When engineers run companies, especially technology companies, those companies inevitably just become more powerful. The proof for this you can find in companies like AMD, Nvidia, and Intel. For a very long time, the CEO for Intel was a marketing guy. It's a guy that literally studied business management and marketing. AMD has always been sort of, at least fucking now, for the last decade, it's been Lisa Su that's been the CEO of AMD, an engineer, as well as, what's his name? For Nvidia, also an engineer. And you can see the difference. Intel became a dumpster fire. Just the same product, different box. They literally just focused on the marketing of the exact same product over and over and over again, trying to make as much money as they could with as little input as possible. Whereas AMD worked their asses off to get the technology better, just constantly improving their own technology. Social media is very much the same sort of thing. It's a place where engineers thrive because it is pushing the envelope. I just don't understand most social media. It makes me waste so much time. Well, that's the kind of job that they have. Twitter needs better AI. Tesla has one of the best AI supercomputers in the world. He has access to some of the best AI minds in the world to solve the biggest problem Twitter has. Yeah, and if you listen to his goal, he wants to turn Twitter into WeChat. Now, the thing that scares me about that is that you're now creating a massive monster that if the wrong person got their hands on that monster, they could destroy society as a result of it. Filu, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sebi, how you doing, brother? I agree with you, bro. It's good to see comedy is back. What's funny to me, and I will say this, so you know that almost all of the far left has left for, what's that, Mastodon. I think it was called Mastodon, right? So the people on the very, very far left have sort of all moved away because they believe that Elon Musk is a tyrant and whatnot, okay? I don't know if he is. I don't really give a shit. I don't care about either side of the political aisle, so just to make this very clear, I don't give a fuck who you vote for. I don't care. It doesn't really bother me. I think everyone's equally wrong. They all left for Mastodon. Mastodon didn't work. It became a dumpster fire within like a week. And now, and this is irony at its best, they're all moving over to a place called, like Jay Rizzo said there, Hive Social. And it's fucking poetic in a way. Like, everyone that thinks exactly the same is moving to a place called Hive Social. So in other words, plugging into the hive mind, I believe. The irony is not lost on me. Fuck no, this is my longest message as remnants of mid-type versions of it. There's snowflakes, don't automatically get whatever they want now. Join the hive mind. Yeah, I don't even like Twitter, so I'm not joining anyone that isn't part of like any competitor to Twitter. The thing for me is, if Twitter died tomorrow, it would be no great loss. I think Twitter is just one of the worst companies in the world for humanity. I think Twitter has done more to divide humanity than any other social media platform in the world. It is just a miserable place. If Elon can fix that to the point where normal people can once again have conversations about normal topics, maybe that's good. I don't know if he can. We'll see. But I would not. If Twitter dies tomorrow, I'm done. I have my social media platforms and that's it. I am not fucking making any new ones. I don't know if I agree with that, Sibi. Why do you think the damage it's done greatly... Oh, no, that I actually agree with. Sorry, I read your message completely wrong. For some reason, you wrote the damage is done greatly outweighs its positives. And I read it as, no, its positives greatly outweigh its negatives. Sorry, I wanted to argue with you just out of principle. Maybe I apologize. No, I absolutely agree with you, bro. I do think it's caused so much harm. Not even an OnlyFans? No, fuck that. I won't make an OnlyFans. But no, I think if you look at what Twitter does, it divides people to the point where, you know, you have families that's tearing each other apart over, like, useless shit. Things that should not divide us. You have a world that now cares so much more about things that I thought, honestly, we were starting to defeat already. I genuinely thought we were moving past a lot of our issues. And, you know, thanks to things like Twitter, those issues are alive and well, being pushed by a few people that have financial incentives in keeping them pushed. Because that's all this is. Every single fucking time. So, take for example... Now, I do need to preface this by saying I don't know much about what has happened. But I believe there's been a shooting at a gay club in America. Not too long ago. 2-3 days ago. If I'm not mistaken, it's someone shot up a bar and killed like a bunch of people. I don't know how many people died or what it was. Immediately, all of the articles I saw at least was that this was a far-right MAGA Trump supporting guy that was just, you know, like angry at gay people and wanted to kill everyone. And apparently now it's come out that no, this guy is actually a Biden voter. You know, this is like a left-wing Biden voting guy that just decided, fuck it. You know, he wants to, I don't know why, but decided he wants to shoot up a place. Which is weird to me, because none of the articles I saw that said that this was a right-wing guy has since come out and apologized for their mistake. Instead, they've all just sort of doubled down and just shifted the argument. So the argument went from, you know, conservative right-wing homophobe to guns is the problem and we should ban all guns. With no one going, oh, we may have made a mistake here. You know, we kind of told you that this was a Republican. Turns out, no. This was a Democrat that was just nuts and decided to do nuts things. And to be fair, I don't even think it's important who the person votes for. Crazy people are fucking nuts. That's just, it doesn't matter who they vote for. If you go, you take a gun, and you walk into a bar and say, pew pew, you're nuts. You could have voted for the fucking peace party. I don't give a shit. You're fucking crazy, right? It shouldn't matter who they voted for. But, you know, it would be nice if people were just at least honest. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but this was actually really cool. So, there's this, it's a girl that came out with a post on Twitter that basically said he has now claimed, or he is now claiming that he is a Democrat and a Biden voter in order to come across as, you know, sympathetic because he doesn't want to get the death penalty. And then a troll goes into her messages, like replies to her and says, could you please respect his pronouns? Could you please respect their pronouns? Because apparently the guy that did this is actually non-binary. You know, so obviously not a he. The girl that made the original post literally replied to the troll and said, oh my God, I am so sorry. Of course, I didn't know that they weren't a he. I do apologize. I did not mean any offense. And I was like, did it kill people? I'm sorry, but if Hitler came out and said, by the way, I'm not Mr. Hitler, I'm Mrs. Hitler, that would not be something I would care about. Because what's important is the shit after that. The fact that you are Hitler, that's the kind of important bit. Like, I don't give a fuck about anything you want to claim. You are otherwise. You're Hitler. You're a bad fuck. I'm not apologizing for jack shit. Did I cause offense? No worries. You offend me by existing. It's as simple as that. You killed a bunch of fucking innocent people in a club. I don't apologize for that shit. If me using your wrong pronouns offend you, go fuck yourself. You killed a bunch of people. That trumps any fucking claim you could have at amnesty or, forgiveness or any bullshit like that. But these people are so fucking infected that even after this person took lives, we still can't misgender them. Jesus. So what does a person have to do for you to realize this is just a shit person and this person doesn't matter? This person's feelings doesn't matter. At what point? And I want to be clear. I have no issue using the pronouns of anyone. I do sort of make you can choose he or she, and I'll do that. I don't know all of the other pronouns. I don't give a fuck. I'm not learning them. You can suck my dick. It's too many. You should narrow it down. If you can narrow all of those pronouns down to like 3 or 4, maybe I can try and learn them, but I'm not fucking learning 80. You can suck my dick. I don't even want to learn my own fucking name half the time. So yeah, that's not happening. Outside of that though, I don't care, right? Whatever you identify as, whatever you are, it doesn't bother me. You are who you are. And if that makes you happy and you live a good life, I support you in that. That's basically my take on shit. But yeah, life is just getting a bit fucking weird for me nowadays. Left if they're worse than Hitler? I don't know about that. Mythhammer, you motherfucker. 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Hey, comrade. How you doing? I love how we're talking about this. And Mythhammer just instantly comes in with the Kim hello. Fuck themselves either way. Wait, is they correct? Massey, I don't know, right? I don't, like, the pronoun thing is just weird to me because it feels like half of these pronouns are just made up because every fucking few months there's a new bunch of pronouns that you now have to respect. The people just come out and claim to be things that I don't think that's possible to claim that you're that thing. That thing doesn't make sense. Like Z, for example. It's not a fucking pronoun. That's not even a thing. What is that? What is that? That's never existed fucking anywhere. But now suddenly it's something that I have to learn. Learn how? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. If that pisses you off, if you think, oh my god, this guy is a fucking Nazi, then fuck you. I don't care. I'm not learning it. Right? So you do whatever the fuck you want. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. And if that costs me viewers, if that costs me subs, so fucking be it. But I'm getting a bit sick and tired of all the bullshit that just continuously pops up and I have to pretend like this is normal. Abyss Octopus, you motherfucker, dude. 5 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Download Echo, we know you want it. Download what, King Julian? Gamers is now a pronoun? Oh, they should go fuck themselves. Oh my god. If gamers becomes a pronoun, I'm going on a fucking killing spree, bro. I'm sorry, but no. Gamers is literally just a word for people that play video games. It's not a fucking pronoun. But it becomes that, right? And it's kind of wild to me that we have so many of these things. So I'll give you another thing that is incredibly wild to me, and I'm not passing judgment on this at all. Abyss with the 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hot in chat. We have 5 new members to the DJ Nation. Can I get them hot in chat? And then, of course, the disco option, you bastard. 11 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. I'll tell you guys another thing that really grinds my fucking gears. I think I forgot now. Oh, you guys are lucky. I was about to lay it on you. But now I can't remember. What were we talking about? I wanted to say something, but now I can't fucking remember what I wanted to say. Talk about Dragonflight, lol. Pretty sure we weren't. That wouldn't make me this angry. I can feel the anger, but I'm not sure what I want to fucking say. Yeah, the pronouns. Oh, here's what I don't understand. And I'm not passing judgment on it. I just don't quite understand it. So you have LGBT, right? The L stands for lesbian. That makes sense. It's women that want to fuck other women. I'm all for that, by the way. I well and truly support that, especially in porn. And then you have the LG. That stands for gay. That's guys and guys wanting to get freaky with each other. Fully support you in that, bro. You know, do your thing. Then you have LGB, bi. Yeah, that still makes sense because it's guys or girls that can fuck either. You know, probably the most happy people among us, but never mind, because the rest of us have to confine ourselves to a single one. They can just sort of go whatever. A little bit greedy as well, if you ask me, but never mind. And then you have the T, which is trans. Also the only one that has nothing to do with sexual preference. Like, being trans does not describe your preference. Lesbian, preference same. Gay, preference same. Bi, preference both. Lesbian, preference neither. Either, or, whatever. Because you'll get trans women that are straight, trans women that are gay. You'll get trans men that are straight, trans men that are gay. How does it fit in the same, like, group? I genuinely think that it doesn't really... I understand as sort of a collective in terms of strength and numbers, maybe. But as far as, like, what these groups are fighting for, it would appear that there are very different outcomes to this. You know, because, you know, it's not necessarily... A gay trans person would fall under the G in LGB, right? But trans is not automatically a sexual, like, orientation. I mean, I can see it on the identity side, but I'll be particularly honest with you, I don't agree with the identity side of it. Because I think the problem with those groups is that the group forces that thing to become the most important part of who you are, which I don't think is true. My brother, for example, is gay. Him being gay isn't even on the list of the top 10 things that makes him him. If I were to list the 10 traits that make my brother, him being gay would not be on that list. Like, there's like a shit ton of other things that makes him into the person that I like, and gay does not form part of that list. Gay just happens to be a thing that he is, apart from all the other things that he is, right? It's sort of, for me, the same as skin color. I don't like when people lead with their skin color. When people go, so for example, when you have people saying, oh, you know, I'm a white, straight male. I'm like, okay, out of that entire, like, all three words you use there, not a single one of them is useful. The male part might kind of be useful because based on your gender, we can kind of sort of guess how you would deal with certain circumstances. But if you're gay, there's no way to know how you're going to deal with any given circumstance outside of the fact that you know, outside of, like, maybe in terms of sex, right? So if you're gay, we can sort of guess you'll fuck another guy. But that's the only place where you being gay will have any impact on most of the things that you do in your life. So I don't like that. I don't say it's wrong, but I personally just think it's not the most important part of your personality. I'm half Asian. That is my identity and my only defining characteristic. Sebi, true. It's the only thing that makes you interesting as well. At least according to what I've been told. Like, if you weren't half Asian, you'd be boring as fuck, bro. Like, how does that feel, Sebi? Like, you wouldn't be good at voices because no one cares about your voices. They just care about the fact that you're half Asian. Make your Netflix series lead? Lol. No, I genuinely don't. I think we're far too focused on the things that make us different. And I really think that's dangerous. I don't like it. We should be focused on the things that make us the same. I don't understand why people don't do that. Why is it so important for us to everyone be different? Because different usually breeds a lot of problems. I'll tell you guys a very scary story. Like, super scary story. Most of you know the history of Rwanda, right? The Hutus and the Tutsis. One of the largest genocides in the history of the world. 500,000 people dead in one night. Do you know what happened before that? So these two tribes, the Hutus and the Tutsis, lived in absolute happiness. I mean, they didn't care because they were Rwandan. So they got along really well. The difference between them was that one of them, I believe the Hutus, was much darker skinned, and the Tutsis were a lot more white skinned, right? So they had lighter skin. But that was really the only difference between them. Outside of that, they were basically the same people, at least in how they lived, in how they, got along, in the friendships that they had with each other. All of that was fine. And then scientists from, I believe, England or America went there and started studying this culture, right? As scientists usually do. And what the scientists found is that genetically, these two groups are very different. So the Tutsis had a lot of influence from European settlers, whereas the Hutus didn't. That caused the first divide, because suddenly they were no longer the same. Suddenly the focus became on their differences rather than their similarities. Insofar as we live in the same country, we are countrymen, therefore we should get along. But suddenly, yes, we live in the same country, but you aren't the same as me. And all of that led up, you mean the scientists told them? Well, the scientists published their findings. It's not like the scientists went with loudspeakers and went, oh, by the way, you guys aren't the fucking same, went to a couple that's sitting having coffee and said, oh, by the way, you guys do know that you two aren't the same, right? They published their results because that's what science does. It tries to look for truth, right? And it was the truth. The problem is that once this truth was established, the powers that be, so the politicians of the country, started using these differences to cause divisions in order to gain power. And then the Hutus got into power. And in one night, they killed 500,000 of the Tutu people in a mass genocide. Because of that fundamental difference. That is the danger of creating or focusing on differences rather than focusing on what makes us the same. And this is something that America tried to do really well. Anyone that comes here, it's a land of immigrants, but if you come here, you're American. You pledge to the flag, you watch NFL football, you're American. And that's the most important thing. It doesn't matter what your skin color is. It doesn't matter what you vote for, what you believe in. As long as you believe that America is the greatest country on earth, we'll be happy. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. And I know a lot of Europeans will go, greatest country on earth, suck my dick. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. It was very helpful to make people feel the same. Because yes, you might be white, I might be black, I might be gay, you might be straight, but we're both American. And that binds us. And because we're bound in that, there's going to be far less friction, and we're going to be able to sort out our shit much, much better than if we focus on the differences. I think we may have gone too far already, but we are definitely heading on a road where we're constantly telling everyone how different they are. We're constantly telling black people how oppressed they are and how this is happening and this is happening, and telling white people how bad they are and how oppressive they are and this is happening and that is happening, and gay people are being told this and lesbian people are being told this and trans people are being told this. And basically you're creating all of these different groups. And what usually happens with groups is you have the in-group and then you have the out-group. And that almost always leads to extinction of one. Because when groups have finally formed, it doesn't take long for those groups to start feeling threatened by the outside group. And once that happens, there's only really one way to deal with it for human beings, because at our fundamental level, we are fucking monkeys. The way we deal with it is extinction. We go in and we kill the other group because that group is a threat to my group. It's fucking nuts. We're all human. That's what made the God Emperor the one right choice, and anyone does not play Imperium is a heretical Xeno lover and deserve purging. I agree. Sevi, I do apologize for calling you a monkey, bro. It was not my intent to offend. No, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, fuck. The answer could be anything. It could be nothing. What the fuck do I know, right? That's just sort of the way that I look at the world. I think we're playing with... I feel like we're playing with fire. I could be wrong. Anyway, should we make the transition into some World of Warcraft stuff? How to disparage a Chaos Worshipper. Recent study shows alien life might not be fuckable. So I've literally last night, I've read the chapter on Typhus. Typhus and his invasion of... Oh, what's the planet called? He's busy attacking one of the planets, and he is fucking wrecking those planets. Like, he is absolutely wrecking them. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to stop him, but it is brutal. He took the captain, right? The guard captain. Okay, this was actually disgusting. So he was standing there with the guard captain in, like, just lying there as the poison is going into this guard captain. And Typhus still explains how this makes him feel a little bit sad, because he was kind of hoping for plague, but, you know, they have to kill these people quickly, and that makes him sad because there's no suffering, there's no choice to join Nurgle, or Grandfather Nurgle. And then suddenly this guard captain, Nurgle himself, starts infecting this guy. And he fucking... Dude, at some point the book describes how his back twists like this, hyperextending, and he folds into two, but Nurgle keeps him alive. Nurgle will not let him die. As, like, his eyes are melting and his face is melting. It's just fucking misery. But Nurgle will not give him death, and this captain will not accept Nurgle. Eldar might make some decent femboys. You think the Eldar would make decent femboys? Why is that? Caleb, you can link it on link it to me on Discord. I just want to read this short story before we do anything else. All right, ladies and gentlemen, The Vow Eternal by Christy Golden. This is the new short story from World of Warcraft. Now, I do want to say, if you are interested in listening to this story, this is probably not the best way to listen to it, because I am known for interrupting myself and sort of speculating on things. But let's see. Rathian's heart ached with grief and flamed with fury. Splotches of deep crimson soaked into the golden sands as those who bled slipped into timelessness. Everything was timeless here in the caverns, and it was what the caverns sheltered that the fallen dragons of Azeroth had died to defend. Rathian, Earthwarder, aspect of the black dragonflight, turned sand to glass with the magma he breathed. His loyal flight, a dancing wave of gleaming ebony scales, followed him, weaving between the swirling pillars of sand to fight back against the tide of infinite darkness. Is this spoilers? Is this confirmation that Rathian does become the Earthwarder? I mean, we'll have to keep reading, right? But all were as free as he was from the madness that had cursed the first aspect of Earth. Nalfarian, otherwise known as Deathwing, was gone forever. He lived solely as a distant memory, his only ability to harm in the recollection of his wicked deeds. Rathian led the Black Dragonflight now, battling to protect Azeroth alongside the 4 other flights. Blue, green, red, and bronze. They were united in purpose at long last. Then it came, as it always did, the shadow falling upon them, upon him. No, I must not look up. But no sooner did he think it than he began to twist and shriek. Metal plating spread over him, containing him as he contorted into a form less of solid flesh than of liquid fire. When the horrifying transformation was complete, the monster he had become, fueled by hatred and rage, opened its massive iron jaws. There is no Rathian. The thing of metal and magma cried. The voice was dreadful, heart-stopping, and familiar. There is only I, Deathwing, now and always. Rathian found himself hissing, but it was not his mouth. He watched, helpless, as the aspect swooped to attack him. As the black dragons doubled back to blast him, their old enemy made anew. All they saw was Deathwing. All Rathian saw were the blazing streams of dragonfire hurtling toward him. All he heard was his own voice bellowing, "You are my legacy. You shall never escape my shadow." Fire filling his vision, the heat, the brightness. "I'll never be you." Rathian bolted upwards, his throat raw from the shout. It took him a long moment to realize he was not in the Timeways, under attack by his own kind. He was safe in a comfortable bed at the Summer's Rest Inn in Pandaria. He reoriented himself, taking slow, deep breaths, and focused on his surroundings. He noted the maps affixed to the walls, the chairs draped with crusty, mud-stained garb, the lacquered table obscured by empty bottles and sheaves of notes from his travels. Among the detritus sat a scroll, neatly rolled and stamped, with not one, but 2 wax seals. What the fuck does detritus mean? What the hell does this mean?
Detritus.
Detritus. Gravel, sand, slit, or other material produced by erosion. Detritus. Oh my god. Okay. Why not just say waste? Waste, bro. Anyway. Okay, so detritus sat a scroll neatly rolled and stamped with not one, but 2 wax seals. There was a soft knock on the door. Rathian quickly composed himself, shrugging into an embroidered robe, then running his fingers through his thick shock of black hair. No doubt, the Pandaren at the door had heard his nightmare spirit shout, but he would be damned if he ever admitted to it. "Come in." His voice had its usual silky timbre. Or timbre? Timbre? I don't know. Mifan entered, bearing a tray heaped with local delicacies. They both pretended nothing at all, had happened as she cleared a place on the cluttered table and sat down the laden tray. The raw terror of the dream still lingered, but Rathian's stomach growled as he surveyed the rice cakes, tea, and buns. Food was good, grounding even. "May I bring you anything else?" Something that is sort of wild to me. Wouldn't dragons prefer to eat raw meat? I mean, I'm assuming they should be able to eat human food, but for the most part, wouldn't they be far happier eating human meat? Or not human meat, but mortal meat. Just meat, animal meat. Caleb, I'm happy to hear that, bro. Of a Swiss... Jesus, Chase. Fucking hell, what does that word mean? Hold up, I need to check now. What the hell is that word? Long... Jesus, how do you...
Sesquipedalian.
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 Sesquipedalian. Character with long words, long-winded. All right, yeah, I agree with you. She is a bit of that. I think they find eating in humanoid for more efficient as caretakers of the world. They wouldn't go around hunting a baron. No, but they would still hunt. They're dragons at the end of the day. They are creatures that would hunt. I would have thought. I might be wrong, but that's how I would have written it. May I bring you anything else? Rathian forced a smile. No, that will be all, he said, and then added, actually, Mifan, might you bring by my lunch later? I think I shall stay in and be a lazy layabout for a change. He pretended not to notice Mifan's eyes darting to all the empty wine bottles. I am honored to serve such an esteemed guest. If you wish for anything else... Yes, ring the bell. I know, thank you. He waved his hand in a shooing gesture, and Mifan, not intimidated in the least, bowed and closed the door behind her. Rathian let out a sigh, then selected a rice cake, pointedly ignoring the scroll's silent condemnation. As he ate, the remaining shreds of the recurring dream dispersed, but questions remained. Could he avoid following in Deathwing's dark footsteps? Shake the shadow? Or was it possible that Rathian would one day succumb to that shadow? A dull ache in his chest pulled him from his uneasy thoughts. It was constant, this melancholy that had been plaguing him of late. So to the shadow thing, I mean, I don't know what Blizzard is going to do to explain how Rathian is strong enough not to fall to the shadow. So Rathian possesses much of the same traits as his father. Arrogance, over-reliance on himself, sort of a mistrust of anyone else. Most of the time trying to do it himself, or at least putting himself in very dangerous situations. And these exact traits is what the old gods used in order to subvert Deathwing. Now, you have to understand, the Black Dragonflight is internally tied to Azeroth. So the corruption that exists within Azeroth would also then be tied to the Black Dragonflight. Blizzard will have to do a really good job of explaining how Rathian is strong enough to withstand the onslaught of the old gods. A dull ache in his chest pulled him from his uneasy thoughts. For years, Rathian had been researching the mysterious place known as the Dragon Isles. It was no legend, though it very well might have been. The famous Wandering Isles of Pandaria had nothing on these isles when it came to elusiveness. Rathian had sought intel to no avail. The things he had done, the places he had gone, the deals he had made. So much effort for so few answers. Most of the people he interrogated knew nothing, and many of those who did know something appeared to be disinclined to reveal more than a few bits and bobs of highly useless information. Vexing. Speaking of vexing, his gaze fell upon the scroll once more. It sat there, taunting him. With a growl, he snatched it up and unfolded it. First Arcanist Delistra and Regent Lord Lothmar Theron request the pleasure of your company as they join hearts, hands, and souls at the Lenastre estate. Formal attire requested. Rathian scoffed. The pleasure of your company. Ha! This wedding was a monumental event in Azeroth history, the joining of two powerful leaders. And yet he knew he had been invited only as a courtesy. No one in Azeroth really wanted a black dragon, especially him, at any sort of grand occasion. It was good political theatre to trot out someone so instrumental in defeating the old god N'Zoth and saving the world. But neither the couple nor their high-profile guests would deem being in his company a pleasure. Rathian crumpled the scroll with unnecessary vigor and flung it into the corner. Weddings were notoriously sappy affairs, and this one was likely to be especially so. According to the reports of his Black Talon operatives, it was a true love match, one that had blazed to a flame during a poetry competition. Of all things, there would be other giggling, happy pairs, families with their giddy children, old friends reuniting, positively stomach-churning. Rathian arrived at the Lunastra estate with the wedding ceremony in full swing. He had hoped his attendance would provide him a reprieve from both his nagging nightmare thoughts and his fruitless search of the Dragon Isles, and also offer the chance for him to be seen. After all, he deserved to be there, showing face amongst the who's who of Azeroth, especially if he was going to become aspect of the Black Dragonflight one day. Presently, all eyes were on the wedding party. With his keen dragon eyes, Rathian could see the lingering magic of the dome that once encased Suramar, its faint curve, and the foul-ravaged area that it had stalwartly held at bay were testimony to all the Nightborn had endured. Rathian turned his attention to Lady Liadrin, the fire-haired leader of the Blood Knights, who was officiating for Thalistra and Lorthamar. The lovebirds standing before her were, Rathian had to admit, gorgeous. Lorthamar was almost unrecognizable, for Rathian had never seen him wearing anything other than armor and a stern expression. Knowing the history of his people, Rathian could not blame him for either. Now, the leader of the Blood Elves was clad in colorful draped fabric and smiling gently, the warrior within yielding to the lover. While Lorthamar wore no giddy grin, still he was softer and seemed lit from within by a quiet joy. Thalistra made no attempts to conceal her happiness, and her smile was full and free. Why wouldn't it be? Rathian thought. The whole place was aglow with people from near and far. Standing with the bride were her advisors and former comrades in arms in the Nightfallen Rebellion. Rathian spotted Arcanus Valtrois, Lilith Lunestra, and Silgren and his owl, Cal. Theron's closest friend, Ranger General Haldoran Brightwing, beamed, while Grand Magister Romath wore robes and a rare smile. Among the attendees, the variety was even more evident. Thrall, former leader of the Horde and now member of the Horde Council, had brought his family, his wife, Agrelin, and their 2 children, Durak and Reze. Reze? Not entirely sure how to pronounce that. The youngsters were well behaved, Rathian supposed, though he knew very little about children. Well, nothing at all, really. He had no desire to start learning now. He took in Queen Talanji, who had made the trek from Zandalar, bringing along Zekan, another younger guest. Rokan, leader of the Darkspear Trolls, stood with them. There was High Chieftain Bane Bloodhoof, who Rathian observed with a sly grin, came with Mela Highmountain. Lillian Voss had accompanied Kalia Menethil, erstwhile princess of Lordaeron, and now part of the Forsaken Desolate Council. Besides her was her champion, Derek Proudmoore. In the past, Rathian had sought to protect Azeroth by pitting Horde and Alliance against one another, in order to determine which side was the mightier. Now he understood that the fate of the world hung not on conquest, but on collaboration. Looking out over the captivated congregation, he was proud of the Horde, of Lorthamar and Thalistra, who had invited the Alliance, and he respected those of the Alliance who had accepted their invitation. From Lord Commander Turalyon, Regent of Stormwind and Protector of the Alliance, his partner, Illyria, and their half-son, Arator, to Matthias Shaw, who was no doubt keeping an eye on the leader of the Alliance at a Horde wedding. The intrigue. Anduin, the King of Stormwind, who had been absent from that role over the past few years, had always believed permanent peace was possible between the 2 factions. He had worked toward that goal with a quiet tenacity, but Rathian had admired. After the Fourth War, Anduin's hope had become a cautious reality, whereas Rathian's hope had been twisted and thrust at him in the form of that dark dream. Lorthamar's voice cut through Rathian's brooding. He was reciting his vows in poem form. My beloved Thalistra, the gift of sorrow is the blessing of joy. The gift of the burden is its release. The gift of the storm is the clear sky. For this moment, I pledge to be at your side through both sorrow and joy. I pledge to share your burdens. I pledge to weather the storms with you and embrace with a full heart the brightness of the stars. Rathian had not known a place so full of people could be so still. Thylistra's tears stood like liquid crystal along the lavender of her cheeks as she spoke with a voice soft with emotion, but clear, her hands clasping her soon-to-be husband's hands. Lor'themar, my heart, the years ere now echo with regret. I had not understood till this moment. I did not know how I longed till you were there to assuage my longing. My world is painted with bursting color, the palette of dreams once hidden, now manifested. Let us craft with word and deed, with mind, body, and heart, this new existence where two are one, now and forever, and beyond forever. I shall love you. That's a little cheesy, but never mind. Rathian should not have been surprised that their vows were in verse. It had sealed their love and would always be the language of their hearts. His own heart surged suddenly with that peculiar ache, and he rubbed his chest, hoping to massage it away. Before all gathered here, before the holy light itself, Lady Dihadran said, I confirm with these words, Thylystra and Lor'themar have entwined their lives, their fates, and their hearts. She grinned. May love and light ever shine upon you both. I don't know how I feel about the holy light being there, but, we'll pass on that one. Then Lor'themar lifted his face, and Thylystra lowered hers. And as their lips met, and their arms went around each other, cheers, applause, and raucous whoops went up. Rathian had wished to congratulate the newlyweds and take his leave, but they had not even finished descending the steps of the dais before guests clustered around them. He rolled his eyes. I shall wander about until the happy couple is less besieged. Once more his presence did not go without notice as he maneuvered through the crowd with his chest puffed out and chin held high, as was fitting for a future aspect. The glances of awe and admiration from onlookers pleased him, easing the ache in his chest and putting his old confidence back in his step. He had practically walked the span of Azeroth on a journey of self-discovery, studying the world and learning all he could about her people. Fought beside the world's greatest heroes, even against his own kind, to protect Azeroth. Surely he had done enough to prove he was not anything like Deathwing. Again, we come to what I said at the beginning. For Rathian, his biggest problem is going to be the connection that the Black Empire or the Black Dragons have to Azeroth, and the corruption of Azeroth as a result of Old God infestation. And for Rathian, again, there's this constant arrogance within him that usually in cases like this, you'll have these forces prey on your weaknesses. So arrogance in the Warhammer Fantasy, in the Warhammer 40k universe, for example, Fulgrim and his need for perfection at all times is what the Chaos Gods exploited in order to turn him towards chaos. And the same could be said for Rathian here, and I can see how the Old Gods could do that. He surprised himself at the jollying sensation of being drawn into the atmosphere. By the time he reached a busy bar area, he was feeling more like himself. And there, not only could he enjoy a beverage, but also perhaps overhear interesting tidbits. Something told him this would be a fruitful endeavor. What was it, the goblin said? Jackpot. As he waited for a much-desired glass of Arkwine, he sidled up alongside Talia Fordragon of Kultiris. She was speaking with the former Blue Dragon aspect Kalecgos, who was in his visage of a half-elf, with a hand on his chest as if in a pledge. Rathian noted he looked a bit sad. The Lord Admiral is doing well, Talia told Kalecgos. Lady Jaina wanted so much to be here, but her hands are rather full. We're having some trouble with pirates. Pirates? Again? Interrupted Flynn Fairwind. Talia's friend. Nasty business. What flags are they flying? Might be old mates of mine. If so, I'll tell you all their tricks. Kalik offered Flynn a polite chuckle. He's not joking, asserted Matthias Shaw in a deadpan voice. Flynn smiled happily at him, and Shaw's lip twitched beneath his mustache. Was that a smile? Rathian thought the old adage, opposites attract, was certainly true with this pair. Flynn was a reformed pirate, and Shaw led Stormwind's SI-7, a covert intelligence agency. Yet, here they were, a happy couple among other happy couples. Did no one else come along? Rathian, Kalik said warmly. I'm glad you decided to attend. Not attending was never even a thought. Rathian took his glass of arc wine and raised it celebratorily. It would be a shame to miss the chance to enjoy such fine arc wine and fine company. Talia's eyes widened, and she took a step toward him. I am honored to meet you. I hear the world owes you a great thanks. Rathian gave a benevolent nod. I serve Azeroth gladly, in any way I can, as do we all, he added graciously, gesturing to the sea of guests. Talia, Derek Proudmore approached with Kalia and Lillian and doffed his hat. It is so good to see you, though I do wish my dear sister had been able to attend. Rathian could not help his mouth from hanging just the slightest bit open in disbelief as Talia welcomed all three warmly. Here was Jaina's brother, a Forsaken, who was accepted by his family and former compatriots. Even so, he stayed close to Kalia. In theory, he has enemies on all sides, Rathian mused. But he also has family, blood or found, on all sides too. Rathian realized perhaps he was a touch jealous. Rathian took note of who else was not in attendance. I cannot help but notice that there are no night elves present, he shared airily. His talons had informed him that Tyrande and Malfurion were still smarting after what they viewed as mistreatment at the hands of the Alliance during the war. Rathian had also learned that the Kaldorei were preoccupied with a new development. He did not know the nature of the endeavor yet. What new endeavor do you guys think that could be? Talia glanced around. I'm sure the Night Elves were invited. I'm sure. Rathian took a slow sip of his arc wine. I do spy Queen Maya. The Queen had come in her husband's stead, a wise decision, since King Gain Greymane was said to have held on to his hatred of the Horde. Furthermore, the petite, convivial Mia warmed hearts with her mere presence, mixing kindness with a cheerful practicality. She was filling a plate of Sumerian delicacies at a nearby banquet table. So Gain Greymane still hates the fucking Horde. Easy. Easy, boys. This is how the next Horde v Alliance expansion starts. The Forsaken delegation exchanged uncomfortable glances. It was a pleasure to see the Queen again, Kalia said diplomatically. Rathian watched as Maya struck up a conversation with Illyria Windrunner. She whispered something to the ranger, and Illyria burst into laughter. Rathian raised an eyebrow. Illyria was always serious, both she and Tyrallion, who was talking with Delungi in front of the towering lavender-frosted wedding cake. Thalystra had thoughtfully placed it on a small cart, which would be wheeled to various areas so everyone could see it in its unsliced magnificence. Rathian noted that Tyrallion seemed oddly relaxed in the heart of Horde territory. The Black Dragon averted his gaze, thinking their behavior spoke volumes about the changes the past 5 years had brought. And it dawned on him. His loyal spies, who kept him up to date, had informed him there had been long tension between the two. Rathian supposed 1,000 years of war could do that to a couple. But it appeared the light-infused paladin and the void-touched elf had rekindled what had been a legendary romance. Rathian, Kalik was regarding him curiously. Are you all right? Never better, Rathian lied. He lifted his glass to the assemblage and gave a bow. You'll pardon me. I think I see Magni glinting over there. I should say hello. He had indeed seen Magni glinting. He glinted frequently, sometimes blindingly. Fortunately, the soft twilight of Suramar did not create too fierce a glitter. The former Dwarven king had once attempted a ritual right before Deathwing had erupted from the earth, wreaking destruction and death, to speak with Azeroth itself. It had worked, with caveats. While Magni was now the speaker of Azeroth, he had been turned into solid diamond. It did not seem to bother him or his family. Magni, his brothers, and his daughter were roaring with laughter, with the young troll Zakan, who looked at him in admiration. Yeah, just glinting, shine bright. Rathian spread out his arms as he strode towards them. Magni, he cried, genuinely glad to have spotted him, for the two had worked together to defeat N'Zoth. Ho! Rathian, come here, laddie, and let me introduce you to me family. Me brothers, Muradin and Bran, and me dear daughter, Moira. I, of course, know all your names, Rathian said with a dashing wink. It was true. And what a pleasure to finally meet you, he added, taking in the lively bunch. Oh, we know about you too, Moira said. Me da here, willna shut up. Yeah, fucking hell, the Scottish is rough. Rathian was caught off guard. Such a warm welcome almost undid him. The feeling was contagious. Magni unwittingly came to the rescue. We Bronzebeard boys have just returned from exploring Northrend, and who should overhear us talking about young Zakan here? Zakan was almost incandescent with delight. I am proud to meet you, Zakan, but I think there may be another whom I've to meet, Moira. Did the future Emperor accompany you today? Aye, though I had to pull his nose out of a book, she said. I'm glad I did. Look over there. According to reports through his talons, Daegron II, the child of a Bronzebeard princess and a Dark Iron Emperor, was heir presumptive to both thrones. His physical appearance embodied traits of both parents, skin a warm shade of grey with green eyes. Rathian had been told that one could see the occasional glimmer of a fiery red in them. Dagran's long white hair was pulled back in a tidy braid, and his gawky frame was dressed in elegant formal garb, which he had likely ruined by sitting on the grass beneath a tree. Arator sat beside him, and they chatted amicably as Arator flipped through a large tome, perhaps the one Moira had needed Dagran to put down, and the Dwarven boy examined a beautiful ceremonial dagger that Arator had worn to the wedding. Dagran is me heart made flesh again, Magni said softly. And yon Arator's a good lad, a kind one. Growing up, Dagran did not have many friends. Rathian understood not having many friends, or any friends. He'd never truly been a child. He had grown so swiftly and been driven by so dark a purpose that there had been no time for play. Of course, a childhood disrupted by wars and conflicts didn't help. Meeting Anduin in Pandaria had been both a gift and a curse. A gift because Rathian had learned that anyone, might deem him worth caring for. A curse because Rathian had chosen to exploit Anduin's trust in an ill-conceived attempt to protect Azeroth. They had met again years later, and that encounter had been... Well, suffice it to say, Anduin had a much better right cross than Rathian had given him credit for. He hoped they could reconcile once Anduin returned from wherever he was. Rathian drained his glass, and the strange ache in his chest returned. You are my legacy. You shall never escape my shadow. Booknote Price, probably turning evil or dying. Things so nice. How are you doing? Alright. Would you like to meet him? Moira's question made the Black Dragons start. They seemed content. I think I'll stretch my legs a bit. A pleasure meeting you. Over yonder was a serene pond. He was not sure if it was the Arkwine, the number of guests hemming in around him, or the ache, but he decided he would walk for a bit, then go. I should not have come. Let my spies gather what I need to. To do what? He would never find the Dragonals. He would never be able to make and keep a true friend, inspire troops, or taste the type of joy that Lorthamar and Thalystra had found, or the Bronzebeards. Eyes fixed on the pond, he strode quickly toward it, stopping with a growl when a warm, rumbling voice called out to him, "Ah, Rathian, there you are!" Rathian closed his eyes, then turned with a forced smile. Bane, Myla. The traveling cake had reached this area, and as a servant passed by, Rathian helped himself to another glass of arc wine. He could use it. "I am surprised and pleased to see you chose to attend," Bane said. "Yes, well, the guest list called for Azeroth's best and brightest." They laughed. He drank. Myla slipped her arm into Bane's, and the High Chieftain covered it. Rathian had to fight the impulse to dash his glass to the ground. He had expected the wedding would be, well, a wedding. But it was so much more, and everywhere, this inescapable sense of belonging and love and connection, like some sort of cheerful blight rising to engulf everyone and smother them with cozy contentment. Everyone, of course, except him. Him and that Tauren over there. He was black-furred with white markings on his muzzle. He was not dressed formally, as the invitation had requested, but wore shamanic robes and held a staff, and he was staring directly at them. "Ah, your pardon, chieftain," Rathian said to Bane, keeping his eye on the stranger. "But is this sullen-looking fellow a friend of yours?" Bane followed his gaze and frowned. "Korog? One of Magatha's Grim Totem?" He all but spat the words. Bane had every reason for his vehemence. Rathian had learned through his spies that Magatha Grimtotem had secretly poisoned the weapon that killed Bane's father, Kern, turning a scratch into a death sentence and instigating a coup. Thunderbluff soon returned to Bloodhoof hands, and Bane had shown mercy and merely exiled the Grimtotem. But clearly, bad blood still lingered. Very bad blood. If the expression on the interloper's face was any indication, Kurak strode towards them. This is where it gets interesting now, I'm hoping. Thalystra and Lorthamar have sullied themselves by inviting dragons, let alone a black dragon, the shaman said, the most unnatural of them all. Why a shaman would know so much about black dragons, Rathian did not know. Hearing it made his hand holding the cup of arcwine tremble. But for an instant, metal plating clamping down, forcing magma to retain a form, Rathian took a stealing breath, reining it in. He would play the part of a future aspect, not a monster. A smile alighted on his face, and he gave a courteous bow, taking note of the many heads starting to turn their way. Was this where the show ended? "You should not be here," Bane stated. "I have the same right to be here as you," Korok retorted. Rathian held his tongue. "I am a shaman," Korok continued. The entire earth is mine to walk." "Oh, I doubt that very much." Rathian's voice was smooth as glass. "The Nightborn have suffered far too much to protect Suramar to let riffraff like you saunter in. Where's your invitation, by the way?" Rathian's was in his pouch, albeit wrinkled from his earlier ire. "Who admitted you? No matter, I will very gladly escort you out before anyone else takes notice of you making a silly fool of yourself." Rathian could hear the onlookers watching quietly. Let them watch. Kurak kept going, scrutinizing him. "How were you made, Rathian? Cobbled together out of pieces of corpses? You and your depraved kin? You are the very symbol of all that has gone wrong in this world." While most onlookers murmured in the shock of Kurak's words, Rathian heard a voice from deep in the crowd, cheering the Tauren on. A chill ran through Rathian, but not from the voice of the saint in the crowd, rather from the peculiarity that a shaman would know this bit of awfully specific information. He wondered if he was the reason the Tauren had decided to show up. Kurak gave a leering smile. It was ugly and cruel and filled with glee at Rathian's discomfiture. You could save Azeroth 1,000 times and still never be a natural part of it. You are an outcast. You will never remove the reek of who you are. A skeleton of iron and not of bones. The rage burning hotter than the fire. There was a snap. Pain blossomed in Rathian's hand from the broken shard of the Arkwine glass he had crushed. He ignored it and lunged forward, seizing the shaman's robe and lifting the enormous Tauren as if he weighed nothing. Yeah, point of fact, maybe don't look for a fight with a dragon. Even in humanoid form, they be strong as fuck. I could incinerate you in half a heartbeat, Rathian snarled, his voice harsh and deep and unfamiliar. He pressed on, shaking the shaman. With a single sweep of my claws, your lifeblood would flow into the sands of time, stained with the blood of so many. The blasts of magma, my own dragonflight coming for me, and the shadow, always the shadow. Rathian felt a hand on his arm, and Kalek was there. It took every bit of control Rathian had not to turn on him too. Let him go now, the blue dragon said calmly. Rathian took great heaving breaths before shoving Kurak away. The shaman staggered, crashing into the cart supporting the fount-inspired wedding cake. The cart tipped over before the appalled server could react, and the great, beautiful pillar of a cake toppled to the paved stone. Ooh, that's bad. Kurak righted himself with his staff and growled, looking ready to charge. Yeah, the cake's fucked now. Some onlookers shouted in concern for Rathian, others in support of Kurak. Kalek sought to place a reassuring hand on Rathian's shoulder. But this time, the black dragon shrugged him off. Rathian's red eyes narrowed to angry slits as he prepared to rush the Tauren. Stop! Thalistra's voice, usually warm and modulated, cracked like a whip. Rathian froze, along with Kurak. What has happened here? The first Arcanist was controlled despite her fury. Her hands were glowing with power so palpable that Rathian could almost smell it. She surveyed the crowd. Then her ruined wedding cake. Rathian started to speak. This grim totem, Mela interrupted, her voice as steely as Thalistra's, has trespassed onto your lands and intruded on your celebration solely to harass your guests. Thalistra turned to Kurak, evaluating the brute. I shall grant you more courtesy than you showed me, Tauren, and allow you to leave on your own 2 feet. Go, before I change my mind. The pulsing magic wreathing her hands had not wavered for an instant. There were 2 types of aggressors Rathian knew. Those who wilted like a flower before snowfall, and those who, despite all warnings, could not resist a last swipe. Kurak was clearly the latter. As he spat at Rathian's feet, he gazed out at the crowd smugly. Soon you will all know the true power of the Tauren. Then he bowed in mock courtesy at Thalistra, eyed Bane and Mela with contempt, and turned to depart. Bane and the others looked as puzzled by the Tauren's warning as Rathian felt. Thalistra nodded to Silgrin, who wordlessly moved to follow. The spellfencer would ensure that Kurak would not get lost on his way out. Rathian registered that several of the bystanders were glaring at the shaman and offering Rathian awkward smiles of support. Others smirked at him. Their faces showed poorly concealed loathing. His sharp ears caught the cruel, ugly words that they thought Rathian could not hear. And another voice. this one in his head. You are my legacy. You shall never escape my shadow. Rathian straightened, gazing from the cake to his hands. The rage had spent itself, and the other pain, somehow worse than anger, was making itself known again. Heat rose in Rathian's face, and he silently cursed his lack of control. Composing himself, he spoke. I regret not expressing myself in a more civilized fashion. Doing what he could to recover the dignity he had torn to shreds, Rathian forced himself to look at Thalestra and Lorthamar. I am sorry for causing such an incident. There is no need to apologize, Lorthamar said with a twinkle in his eye. The bakers have many more cakes where that came from. We regret that our security was insufficient, Thalestra added. None of our guests should have been exposed to such vitriol. It's interesting that they made many cakes. They probably knew when you invite the Horde and the Alliance to a party, things could go wrong, the cake could get fucked, so have many cakes. That way, if one gets shit on, you still have another one, and another one, and another one. Pretty clever. Yeah, they just summoned a mage stable. Easy. You're very kind, but I should have realized that my presence here would be provocative to some. I hope this did not tarnish your memories of this most joyful occasion. I must depart, and I wish you both nothing but happiness for all your days. They did not protest. I owe you my thanks, Bane chimed in. Korag is a powerful shaman. Rathian held up a hand, flashing a charming smile. No need for thanks. The Black Dragon bowed, straightened his shoulders, and strode off without another word. Rathian did not know the identities of the towering twin statues in the vineyard. They were Nightborn, holding aloft standards. The standard frames were topped with a carved crescent moon that proved a comfortable surface. And that was all he needed now. He needed to know. He lay cradled in one, his legs crossed at the ankles and hands laced behind his head. He was deeply tired and a bit drunk. Between the dead-end search for the Dragon Isles and the harrowing dream that continually shattered his sleep, his endurance had all been drained. Add the haunting twinge in his chest, wearing him down in his waking hours, and one could start to see why he had taken to consuming so much wine of late. The disaster of the day had done nothing but reinforce every brooding thought he held about himself. So many in the crowd had moved so swiftly to derision. He was quick to anger, and he was not fit to lead. Not when he had threatened Korag with such violence over nothing but words. Even now, Rathian felt the shadow of Deathwing upon him. Foolish to have hoped for anything else. His dark reverie was broken by a voice calling his name. He ignored it. Rathian, the voice called again. Sighing, the Black Dragon peered down. Like himself, the other dragon was still in his visage, which was as striking as his true form. Kalecgos. What do you wish of me? The blue dragon lifted a bottle of arc wine and 2 glasses. Some help in drinking this fine vintage. Not such a bad idea. The wedding had not been an escape from his mounting uneasiness. More arc wine would perhaps do the trick. Rathian leaped from his makeshift perch, shifting into his true shape and reassuming his visage after landing. My company will likely not be pleasant, Rathian said, as he accepted the glass Kaleg offered, recalling the overly optimistic wording of the invitation. But you are welcome to it. Kaleg looked at him with compassion as they wandered towards a bench and sat. You are not at fault, Rathian. You were invited. The Grim Totem was not. He came only to cause trouble, and unfortunately, he succeeded. The Tauren are a great and kind people. He filled Rathian's glass. Most of them, at least. There are exceptions to everything, of course. Save for black dragons, it would seem. Rathian replied. Hatred of my flight seems fairly unanimous, don't you think? Even I felt it necessary to thin their ranks. He thought of the looks on some of the wedding guests' faces before he left. The fear, the disgust, the voice of Deathwing in his mind. Korak was not alone in his revulsion. You played a major role in defeating N'Zoth, and major roles in far less savory events. He took a sip. The wine was sweet and heady. I wish I hadn't come. I'm sure Lorthamar and Thalystra would agree. Kalik mildly took a sip of his own Arkwine. I, for one, think they made it clear they're furious someone trespassed and insulted a few of their honored guests. A humorless smile quirked one corner of Rathian's mouth. Perhaps, but if so, it is only because they and you are exceptionally kind and open-minded. The rest, well, we black dragons are cautionary tales. Kalik pressed his lips together, then sighed. It can be difficult for others to trust your flight, he said quietly. I know a bit about how that feels. I also know we will likely never discover if Naltharion embraced the madness of the old gods by choice. Rathian looked away. He did not want to show how deeply the words resonated. It's possible he was a victim of their influence and did not wish for his fate, Kalik continued, adding after a moment, just as Malygos did not wish for the pain that twisted his own mind and spirit to cruelty. Rathian rarely flinched. He did not do so now, but he felt the impulse. He had been told that the original aspect of the Blue Dragonflight had once been warm, humorous, and kind, much, he thought, like Kalecgos. But when nearly all his flight had been slaughtered, the blue aspect's mind had been lost to grief for eons. When he recovered, Malygos was so greatly changed that he attempted to exterminate any mortals who dared use magic. In the end, his own kin had no choice but to attack and slay him. As I said, you are kind enough to avoid mentioning that Naltharion's betrayal of his dearest friend was the incident that shattered Malygos and cost your flight so dearly. I am told they were indeed close, friends who shared many secrets. Now, sadly, all lost to time. Kalik poured himself another glass of Arkwine. His voice in the next moment was sure and strong. But you, Rathian, are not Naltharion. If only I could honestly believe that. But hadn't Naltharion become Deathwing? Who would Rathian become? He clinked his glass with Kalik's. Nor are you Malygos. It was intended to be a compliment, but Rathian saw Kalik's shoulders slump. The blue dragon laughed sadly. I'm not much of anything anymore. There's barely a blue dragonflight at all now. We should not have disbanded, not when our numbers were so small. Kalik pressed a hand to his chest, then let it fall as he looked out into the night. The aspect has surrendered Titan-granted powers to finally and utterly destroy Deathwing. They were still dragons, of course, but aspects now in name only. The blues, Rathian knew, had drifted to disconnected places all over the world. Well, Rathian said lightly, trying to shift the mood, though perhaps the effect of the Arkwine was bringing out this merrier side of him. Aren't we a fine pair? Two brilliant, handsome young dragons with no flights. I suggest that, since neither of us has any community at all to speak of, if our aspects could be friends, then surely we can as well. After all, as the mortals are so fond of pointing out, misery loves company. That got a genuine laugh out of Kalecgos. You helped slay an old god. Perhaps others will stay well clear of us, but I am curious about something. The last time we spoke, you inquired about the Dragon Isles. I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance, Knowledge of them is as cloaked in secrecy for me as it is for you. Have you discovered anything further? Nothing. Rathian looked to the sky. You were the only one who told me anything of value, that the land's magic had gone dormant a long, long time ago. I wasn't even born then. I can't believe that little scrap of information was all you learned. Who else did you speak with? Rathian counted on his fingers, asked Chromie if she knew where it was. He said, referring to the bronze dragon. She said yes, then no, and then admitted she was confused. Ysera is gone. He sobered for a heartbeat, thinking of the absence of the Green Flight's aspect, and Nostormu won't even grant me an audience. Nostormu, leader of the Bronze Flight, was preoccupied maintaining all the infinite timeways. And Alexstrasza? Kalik asked, keeping his voice neutral as he brought up the aspect of the Red Flight. The Reds and Rathian had a rather complicated past, which included trying to kill one another on more than one occasion. He had been so desperate for knowledge that he swallowed his pride and spoken with the Dragon Queen, who was unexpectedly kind. Even so, she had only sighed and said, "It is a place that is lost to us." Nothing of consequence was all Rathian said. He sounded and felt despondent. He had for some time, and found it increasingly hard to hide the pain from others. Attending the wedding had only deepened the feeling. He found his hand at his chest, pressing as if to physically soothe the ache. Glancing up, he saw that Kalik was doing the same. Kalik, Rathian asked slowly, "Are you in pain?" Kalik had been lost in thought, then started. "Oh, no. Well," he amended, "not so much a pain as a sorrow. There have been various times in my life when I felt desolate, alone, that there was something I wanted, needed, but couldn't have. I'm experiencing the same sensation," Rathian said, red eyes narrowing, "as if there is a weight on my chest, a feeling in my bones I can't seem to articulate." "Yes, that's it exactly," exclaimed Kalik. "And also, as if I am missing a piece of myself that I didn't know I had, but now I yearn for it." They looked at each other for a long moment. Rathian spoke cautiously. "If we are both feeling this sensation, then perhaps other dragons are too?" Kalik breathed. For the first time in a long time, hope flickered within Rathian, and he was overcome with a desire to meet a certain someone, as if summoned. "I hate to humble myself yet again, and I am uncertain if I will find answers, but perhaps we should go to Wormrest and ask Alexstrasza some questions." Rathian quirked an eyebrow. "Let's stop finishing each other's sentences, shall we?" Kalik laughed, then moved his hands elegantly, opening a portal. A glimpse at its center revealed a cool teal and blue-white landscape. Perfect. I was growing frightfully wary of all this purple, and with that, Rathian stepped through. "It would seem we are not alone in our mysterious melee," Rathian remarked. "That's an understatement," Kalik murmured. They had materialized near the base of Wormrest Temple, finding themselves in the center of the largest gathering of dragons Rathian had ever seen. Some were their visages, and it did not escape Rathian that many placed their hands on their chests over their hearts from time to time, waiting for the Dragon Queen to address them. Rathian did not expect to see any of his own flight there, of course. There were plenty of red and bronze dragons, and many greens as well. But he was saddened to spot so few blue dragons in comparison. Kalik was right about them being scattered. There's barely a blue dragon flight at all now. "Stay here. waiting with the rest of them if you like, Rathian told Kalik, but I refuse to squander a single moment more. The troubling sensation was not abating, but rather increasing. Suiting actions to words, Rathian shifted and flew directly to the top of the temple. He was done with waiting to find the Dragon Isles, waiting for the dream to stop tormenting him, waiting to understand what this cursed feeling was and why he feared the unknown. And yet, as he recalled the joy he witnessed at the wedding, the warmth of loved ones, the power of connection and belonging, Rathian was terrified that whatever Alexstrasza had to say, it would not be good, that whatever his heart had been seeking would never be his, even if it had a name. Alexstrasza was in her visage, long red hair, almost the same hue as her cloak, gazing at the mass of dragons gathered below her. With her was Nosdormu. He was often stoic and difficult for even Rathian to read, which was likely a good thing, considering his powerful knowledge of the past and future. But now he looked pensive, distant even. Beside him stood Ysera's daughter, Marithra, who had stepped up as the informal head of the Green Dragonflight after the loss of her mother. While Marithra had her hand to her heart, she did not look distressed. Her night elven face instead showed peace. Alexstrasza, this feeling, this. Lost for words, Rathian thumped his chest. What is happening to us? She turned, and her face, as it had been during his last visit, was soft and alight with joy. Straight to the point. You are ever true to form, Rathian, she said with gentle mirth. Why, thank you. Alexstrasza stepped forward, and as if there was not and never had been mistrust or resentment between them, gently placed a hand on his face. To his own surprise, he allowed it, comprehending that the significance of this moment transcended any quarrels. Young one, the Dragon Queen said, exchanging a sage look with Nosdormu. You have heard the call, and you have answered. Rathian did not understand. The call? Yes, the call, she said, speaking to all of those standing closely around her. One long awaited. All of us, here, below, anywhere in the world, we have all been called, and we have heard it with our hearts. The Dragon Isles are awaiting our return. But, Rathian shook his head, still not comprehending. Rathian, she said softly, you are homesick. The ache, the desperate longing for something he had never had. Homesick? The Dragon Isles had never been denied to him. They were only waiting? For him, and for every other dragon in Azeroth. His people. Rathian had not been excluded. He was being welcomed. He belonged. Now that he knew what the hurt in his chest represented, it dissipated, transforming into something close to exaltation. And as the Dragon Queen turned to continue in sharing the jubilant revelation with all those gathered below, Rathian, the Black Prince, the dragon without a flight, realized his recurring nightmare also had the power to transform. He saw it now not as a forecast of an inevitable fall to darkness, but as a challenge to be accepted and conquered. All of Dragonkind was, in this moment, his kin. The dragons gathered below cheered and applauded at the news, as if on cue. Homesick, he mused to himself. But he had a home now, and soon he would have a flight. Rathian thought of the vows exchanged earlier, pledges of undying devotion and care. And he made one now. It would be he, not Deathwing, who would guide his flight to their future. And that was a promise he would keep. This wasn't bad. I mean, it's a very, let's call it an uneventful short story, but definitely not a bad short story. There's a couple of interesting things in the short story that I think is definitely worth highlighting. For example, at some point they talk about we will perhaps never know whether Deathwing made the decision to follow the old gods, or perhaps he had no choice in it. And I think the Legacies chapters sort of gave us that insight. Deathwing absolutely chose the old gods. Albeit in a moment of absolute desperation, still the choice was made. Kurak, of course, very interesting to see him, because Kurak, by the way, is the guy that ultimately frees Razageth. So obviously the Grim Totem is going to have a massive part to play in that story to come. But yeah, all in all, I thought this was really cool. Imagine this short story happening just before the DF cinematic. Yeah, probably. That's probably exactly when this takes place, Thorwald. So the dragons, after Alexstrasza speaks to them, all of the dragons take flight and they fly into the Dragon Isles. Probably exactly when this takes place. I think it was pretty good. I liked it, at least. And Alfarian and Malygos, I hope they too become as close as Alfarian and Malygos were. I hope so too, actually. The right user, I would not mind that. I think them being friends would actually be really cool. Sad the Wiz players did not attain the wedding. Yeah, these are the kinds of things, Nick, that I would like to see in the game as well. Although, I think at this point it's time for us to stop hoping for that. It's clear that from Blizzard's perspective, at least following the interview that that Noble had with Steve Denuser, for some reason, Blizzard truly, in their heart of hearts, believe that there is a limit to the type of stories that you can tell in a game. And it doesn't matter, like, what we do or how we try and do it. It doesn't matter, like, what we try and change. That limit will just never be gone, right? It's just always going to be the case that there's going to be some limit to how they're willing to tell their stories. Gruntown was the one in the Dractyr starting zone? Yes. Yes, that's exactly the one. And he's obviously doing it because he believes that the Bloodhoofs are not doing the right thing, I suppose. Ludren, how you doing? Tiger Shark, so what you should understand from that perspective, okay? Ludren, by the way, thank you so much. 6 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate your fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft are not the same games. It would be like... You see, the thing is, there's no amount of story that... Or games are not limited in what stories they can tell. But genres and game styles are certainly limited in the kinds of tales that they can tell. So in the case of Final Fantasy, they have very much sort of tied their story to storytelling, and storytelling is a massive part of the game. World of Warcraft, on the other hand, tied itself far more to gameplay and gameplay aspects. And so questing for them really should be a thing that facilitates gameplay rather than gameplay being a thing that facilitates the story. So I'm assuming that when Steve Denuser and the writing team have these sort of restrictions on the kind of stories that they can tell in the game, it is very much based around the limitations that the gameplay or the design of World of Warcraft introduces, and not so much the design of what games introduce. Because here's the thing, as much as I love Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy storytelling, I do not want World of Warcraft to ever become Final Fantasy. I think that would be just incredibly bad. So did you know that Razageth is the youngest of the Primal Dragons? Oh, can you imagine the strength of the others? Like, dude, that's gonna be nuts. There's their own limit in their heads, not the game, I think. Alone, it's not really in their heads, you know? It's not really in their heads. For example, actually, this is a good example of that. Streaming, you can stream anything, correct? Like, there's no limit to the type of streams that you can have. But I have a limit to the type of games that I can stream because of my style of streaming. So, for example, if I were to stream, and this actually happened quite a lot when we were streaming Divinity Original Sin, a lot of people would actually get very angry at me streaming Divinity Original Sin because we'd play for like 10 minutes and then we'd go on like a 45-minute discussion about shit and we'd be watching different videos and crap, you know, like basically we wouldn't play the game at all. And people got really annoyed because the people that wanted to see the gameplay, obviously, well, I'm not really good at the gameplay stuff. So on my streams, I try to stay away from games that have too much story or that is too story focused, and I prefer to play those games offline. It's not that streaming can't support them, it's just that my streaming style and my community doesn't really support those games. And this would be the same thing for World of Warcraft, where it's not that games can't tell those stories or that those limitations are just inherent in gaming. It's that those limitations are inherent in World of Warcraft's design because of what they favor and what they prioritize. My only critique is that Blizzard have, in my opinion, done a very poor job at portraying how powerful the aspects are, like we mainly told of their great deeds, but never experienced them. We might see them now, right? Pretty good opinion, mate. Nigel, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. How you doing, bro? Will be the aspect of Black Dragonflight. So I believe it will be Rathian. It might be Ebonhorn. But I don't think Abyssian wants to be. At least that's what I've been gathering. I don't think Abyssian wants to be the leader. I think Rathian wants to be the leader, so Abyssian might actually give him that honor. At least I'm assuming. They can do one or the other, but not both. Tiger Shock, both becomes very difficult because priorities are important, okay? It's not that you can't do this, that, or the other. Like, can't is not really a good... Can't is not a good word, okay? Because you can do anything. But, okay, so in terms of gaming, they call these things player promises. Okay? Player promises. In other words, what is it that I promise the player when they start playing this game? Now, these are usually very malleable. Players can make their own promises, and this usually means that developers have to adapt. But developers will oftentimes make promises. The promise of World of Warcraft has always been a sort of gameplay first game. If you go back to the early days of Classic, it was gameplay first. Gameplay was almost the only thing that was important. Everything else sort of took a backseat to that. And that's always been the case in World of Warcraft, where it's gameplay first, story, and everything else follows the gameplay. This is one of the reasons why World of Warcraft has some of the best gameplay in games, but not always the best way of telling stories and things like that. Because if you want to do a story like Final Fantasy, you really have to tie people down. Final Fantasy is a very slow grind. It takes an incredible amount of time to level your characters, to max level through the entire story, because you have to read every single one of those quests, and it's not just quest text. It's not like World of Warcraft where you get your little quest text, read it and move on. It's dialogue. Sometimes that dialogue can take 5, 10, 15, even like the quest at the end of ARR, those cutscenes took almost, what, 15 to half an hour? I think it was like almost like half an hour worth of cutscenes. That's all dialogue and all discussions. And that's perfectly fine for Final Fantasy, because from the beginning, it was built story first, gameplay second. So everything goes into the story, and then after that, we'll care about the gameplay and stuff like that. World of Warcraft is literally the reverse of that. And if you try to marry those two things, well, you're creating a lot more points of failure, aren't you? Because, well, right now it works. Because prior to Shadowlands and BFA, we never really complained in how Blizzard presented the story. Well, we complained. Obviously, players complain all the time. I complained always about the books and how the story is in the books. But I accepted it. The game was really fun. I really enjoyed being in Azeroth. And so I accepted having to go buy a book, you know, to get the fucking story. That was fine. Begrudgingly, I accepted it because the game was really good. And then when Shadowlands and BFA came out, the game was so bad that now suddenly it became really disgusting that first and foremost, your game is really bad, but now I also have to go buy books. So it sort of became a compounding problem. If they can fix the game part, I think we'll all just go back to begrudgingly buying the books, you know, if they can fix the game part. Because at the end of the day, every single new promise that you try to include to players is a potential point of failure. Maybe you try and make the storytelling even more in depth and even more micromanagey, and it fails. And then suddenly, not only are all of your lore people really upset because you fucking ruined the story, but also all of your gameplay people are really upset because you fucking ruined their gameplay. So, you know, it's sort of that risk versus reward weighing that has to take place, and that can be really fucking difficult for people. As long as the Newser and Ian are at the helm of WoW, the game will never reach its true story potential. Because I don't know. We'll have to see. Ladies and gentlemen, The Vow Eternal by Christy Golden. This is the new short story from World of Warcraft. Now, I do want to say, if you are interested in listening to the story, this is probably not the best way. I can't say I agree with that. We'll have to wait and see. Because I know a lot of people hate. I know a lot of you really don't like Steve Denuser, and don't worry, I'm not judging you for that. I was at one point really upset with him as well. But I've decided, because we constantly heard these stories, right? Steve Denuser isn't to blame for, like, Steve Denuser wasn't the one in charge of the Shadowlands story. He wasn't the one in charge of the BFA story. So I said, okay, cool. Here's my thing now. Everyone tells me that Steve Denuser wasn't in charge of the BFA or the Shadowlands story. I accept that. This is his last chance then, because he is now firmly in charge of this story, which means, you know, good luck. Let's see how that goes. If he can pull it off now, I mean, that fixes everything. None of us should be angry. We should all be very happy. With grief and flame. Alright, so we've started reading. Let's go to the beginning. I just been a year. Ladies and gentlemen, The Vow Eternal by Christy Golden. This is the new short story from World of Warcraft. Now, I do want to say, if you are interested in listening to the story, this is probably not the best way to listen to it, because I am known for interrupting myself and sort of speculating on things. But let's see. Rathian's heart ached with grief and flame. I didn't actually interrupt myself that much this time, I think. At least I didn't think I did. Did I? The dragons take flight and they fly into the Dragon Isles. Probably exactly when this takes place. That's really to speculate on? No, it wasn't really a short story that lent itself to speculation, sadly. It was more a short story of just some cool stuff that happened. Which, it's fine. You know, I was hoping, I'm not going to lie to you guys, I was hoping for a bit more of a speculation-filled short story. You know, that would have been fun for me. But, you know, is what it is. What can you do? Life goes on. Steve likes season 8 of Game of Thrones. Really worried he ends up choosing Zebellion to be the lead of the Black Dragonflight. All of the speculation right now and all of the bits and pieces, you know, the breadcrumbs points to Rathian. Still confused about that Matthias and Flynn bit. Ace the Base, what confuses you about that? Oh, but they've been shipped long ago. Like, Matthias Shaw and Flynn, they were in love. Was it? Like, they confessed their love for each other, I want to say, Shadows Rising already? It may have been after Shadows Rising. No. I'm pretty sure in Shadows Rising. Yeah, they've been dating for fucking ever. Yeah, like, it's been a long-ass time that they've been dating. Yeah, it was actually BFA. You are correct. Yeah. Matched perfectly. Yeah, they do have very, I think, it makes sense. Rathian Bond end up leader of his flight and then feel betrayed and embrace Deathwing 2.0. That's the story narrative Blizzard is known for. Alone, I don't know. I don't think so. I like to read it. Yeah, Shadows Rising was a good book. I would say I can't really say anything bad about Shadows Rising. I think Shadows Rising was a really good book. It didn't, sadly, the game didn't quite live up to the hype that I felt when I read. I read Shadows Rising in 5 hours. Like, legit, I just couldn't put it down. I started reading it like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and I read just straight through. Just kept reading. Not as good as Illidan. No, true. Illidan was a very good book. Before the Storm left a lot to be desired. I read it in one of my night shifts. Shadows Rising was not so good for me. It was like the previous book with Anduin and Sylvanas. Oh, you liked the previous book? I don't know. Everyone's gonna have different people that they like, you know, in terms of storytelling and how the story is being told. One of the reasons I preferred Shadows Rising to Before the Storm is I think I did prefer Madeleine Rue's writing style to that of Christie Golden. It's not that Christie Golden is a bad writer, but I oftentimes feel a little bit bogged down by unnecessary details when it comes to Christie Golden storytelling, which, yeah, I'm not so much a guy, I don't care for unnecessary details, and Christie Golden can really fucking write something out to the point where 80% of what is written is, in my opinion, unnecessary details that I don't need in order to follow the story, and yet it's still written there. And that's just an art style that she follows and some people like. I prefer people that get to the point a lot fucking faster. So should I regret buying the Sylvanas novel as my first ever WoW-related novel? German, no, I mean, why would you ever regret buying a book? Ever read one of the StarCraft books? No, Grofal. I have not, no. I guess just to explain what I mean when I say lots of information. The same is true, by the way, for me of Guy Haley. Now, at least with Guy Haley and the Warhammer books, it kind of makes sense why he's explaining all of those things in so much detail. And one of the reasons I can think of is every single thing that he explains is almost always 100% things that is to be made canon. So, for example, the inside of the Emperor's Pride, it's canonical, right? It's probably the way that Games Workshop wants it to be explained, because the paintings, the statues, the art, and how it's been defiled, all of that is canon. But but I do find myself, so the best example I have of what I prefer when it comes to writing is, say for example, we're writing a scene where two characters are walking into a church. Here's what I prefer. They arrived at the steps of the church. The door was heavy and large. As they walked through it, a cool breeze escaped out of the church. The light from the windows throwing shades of color all over the floor. The floors was glistening as if gold and yet besmirched with dirt. You know, that's it. And then the story continues. What does this do? Well, okay, so first and foremost, I can immediately in my mind's eye see that the door is really large. Based on the fact that there's a breeze or air that's pushing past me as I open the door, it suggests that either there's windows open or maybe some of the windows are broken. I then also find out that the light through the window is causing these colored lights to be thrown around on the floor. This suggests to me that this is a church with the quintessential church windows that you would see, those multicolored windows. And I can make up the story in my own head. I can envision the setting in my own head without it being explained. And then when you read a book like Christie Golden's books and sometimes Guy Haley's books, what they'll do is they came to the door of the church. The door was slightly cracked with a color palette and gradient of black to brown to white bits of ash. There was a cool breeze flowing through the air. Her hair was lifted and she felt unease at the sign of the window right above the door that is painted in red and yellow and purple and green and this and that. And she walked into, and two of the tiles were now cracked, and explaining exactly what the crack looks like. The crack resembles this. So you're effectively telling me exactly what the story is and what it looks like. I don't imagine shit, or I do imagine it, but you are effectively exactly telling me what I need to imagine rather than just allowing me to imagine what I want to imagine. And I get very bored reading that. So when I read too long of a descriptor, I can oftentimes get super bored. Like I'm just, we get to the fucking story bit of this. Let me get to the fun parts of this. I already see the fucking place. It's fine. Let's move on. So yeah, that's sort of just, I prefer storytellers to do less of that and more of just the story. Yeah, it's too much info at the end of the day. I like George R. R. Martin's books, especially the descriptions of the food. I get that some writers do it. Like I said, it's fine. Enough details for your imagination to take over, not reading someone else's vision. True. CCS, how you doing, brother? When your teacher asks you to write 500-word essay. Oh, dude, I was the master of that. Like, oh my god. Just adding unnecessary words and unnecessary descriptors just so you can get to the magic number. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, we're making fun of that now, but it is just an art style, you know? It is just the style of writing. Some writers prefer to spend a lot more time writing the action. Others prefer to set up the scene before starting to write the action. And it is just what it is, right? Everyone does what they do. And it's perfectly fine. I used to do CG, my security reports, until I was told they didn't need to know certain things. I never had to write an essay. I quit school before I reached that point. The right user... Wait, you didn't finish high school? Shit, you lucky fucking bastard. Did I know a guy that he quit school at the age of 14, right? So this guy's 14 years old. He goes to his father. He says, I want to quit school. His dad's like, fuck you. No. It's like, fine. So instead of going to school, he finds a farm, right? He meets, like, they live on a farm, and he goes to one of the cattle farmers in the area, and he offers this guy, he's time. Like, he will work for him if the guy teaches him about cattle farming. He's 14 years old. The guy's like, yeah, sure, no problem, you know. The guy asks him, is your father okay with this? He's like, yes, my dad's fine with this. Then, at the age of 16, so he worked for this farmer from the age of 14. He worked in the afternoons. So he would basically go to school, and then afterwards he would go to the farm and he would farm for this guy. He was 16 years old. The school calls his father. It's towards the end of the year. And he's like, sir, we just want to know, is there something wrong with your son? Has he left school? Is he in a new school? What's going on? And his dad's like, wait, what? No, he goes to school every single fucking day. And like, sir, he hasn't been at school for over 100 days. He's definitely not in this school, and he's not going to finish his year in this school. He doesn't have exam permittance. He's missed over 100 days. His dad's fucking livid, right? He comes home, he gets a beating, and he just straight up tells his father, look, I am done with school. I have saved up enough money. I'm buying my own cows. I'm starting my own farm. That's it, right? So his dad's like, wow, fuck. I'm not getting this kid to school. He doesn't want to do school. He doesn't care. Today, he's one of the largest beef farmers in the country. And he doesn't have high school. He didn't complete high school. And his farm is fucking massive. Is it with excessive details? Yeah, but I mean, fuck him. Actually, the thing I was very good at in college was copying from other people. I was a fucking master at that, bro. Just looking at what other people wrote down and then sort of adapting it for my own fucking paper. Because fuck doing all that work myself. Like, Jesus. I couldn't be arsed, bro. Like, I've never been a fan of projects. I hate fucking projects. Like, especially when they I don't know what you call it in English, but like you have to spend months writing up shit. I never liked the academic side of college. I like the physical stuff, right? So like theater and shit like that. That was super fun. I don't like the other crap. Alright, I quickly need to upload this video. And then we have to make a thumbnail for this. Now the question is, what's this thumbnail gonna be? What do you guys think? Caleb, yeah. Q&A will probably be tomorrow. We also have the it all depends on load shedding, but we also have the Frozen Sodium Throne tomorrow. So effectively, you know, whatever happens, happens. I'm not sure what I want this fucking... I would like this picture, but without this download PDF bullshit. See, this is too small. Could I grab just this part? What do you think? Let's see. Let's copy this and see if we can make it work, shall we? Save directly. I was giving a masterclass in YouTube video editing and thumbnail generation. Dude, I wish this was a masterclass. Like, whatever you do, don't do what I'm doing. If this was a masterclass, I would have 100,000 subs by now. This is probably more of a don't do whatever the fuck I'm doing. Not sure if you saw, but first of the two-parter of Preacher's Blizzard trip. dropping tomorrow at 5 p.m. UK time. He'll be doing a watch party with his viewers. All right, so here's the thing. For the Preach videos, I will not be covering it in the first... I will not be covering it in the first day. Preach asked if people would please not cover it in the first day. So I'm going to be respecting his wish there. He asked if people wanting to react to it would at least give it a day. So yeah, we'll respect his wish and then we'll... What do you think of that, chat?
Fuck, I just slept like 2 hours. Will we react today to Warhammer? Did we already or no?
Ethan, thanks for
Smiley
the
face.
100 bits. I really appreciate that. I don't think we'll be reacting to Warhammer today. We'll probably be reacting to it tomorrow. Like, I have all of your videos that have to be reacted to, and then also, like, a shit ton on Reddit that needs to be reacted to. So, yeah, definitely tomorrow. We'll do a bunch of reactions to that. More Dragon Race Rathian Wasteland. Yeah, but then wouldn't Rathian be too small then? So if you do this, isn't Rathian then almost a bit too small? Do you not think? Rurikon, how you doing, brother? What do you mean up? Like, you mean there? So you mean like this? Still sick tomorrow? Nice.
Sweet, I am still sick tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, that could work. No? Oh, shit. Shout out was given to Rurikon. Wait, was that did that happen automatically? Government going to sabotage us tomorrow? I don't know. Like, they haven't announced anything yet. But things change quickly in this year parts, bro. Let's quickly see. They haven't announced an upgrade. It's literally gonna matter soon. But yeah, you guys should absolutely follow Rurikon if you haven't already. We do podcasts together and he fucking plays all the most difficult games in the world. Okay, so tomorrow, yeah, no, if things were to change drastically, I'd still be able to do it tomorrow. But let's say, okay, so let's say if it moved to stage 5, actually, no. So for it to happen tomorrow, Rurikon, we have to start. Yeah, this is where things get really tricky. We have to start at 1 p.m. my time for it to happen tomorrow. Because here's my schedule. Look at stage 2, okay? Because that's probably where I'm going to be on. If you look at stage 2, wait, let me make myself bigger so you can actually fucking see what I'm doing here. So if you look at stage 2 there, right? The power's going to be out at 4, right, to 6:30. From 4 o'clock to 6:30 is when the power's going to be out. So if we started at like 2 your time, my power's out then. There's no starting that. So we'll have to, yeah, it'll have to be a morning stream. It'll have to be in the morning time, which would actually be cool if we could do 12 o'clock my time. So if we could do it 12 o'clock my time, we finish at 2 o'clock my time, then I can do Q&A from 2 o'clock until just before 4, when I have to switch off because the power goes out then. So yeah, should be cool. I did the shout outs. It's not like the Twitch fairies be giving people advertising. Oh, that's true. I was wondering, Apocalypse, about that. 12 is now for you, correct? Yes, it's 20 minutes past 12 right now. 20 minutes past fucking 12. Oi, Drenaman, you motherfucker with a 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Fresh meat for the meat grinder. New members for the fucking DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Drenaman, thank you, bro. I'm playing the expansion. Macros, of course. Of course. What do you take me for? Some brute that doesn't play video games? No, yeah, of course I'm going to be playing the shit out of that. No, I'm looking forward to the new expansion. I think the new expansion is going to be really cool. We'll have to wait and see, right? But yeah, I am very much looking forward to it. I think Blizzard is doing everything right. I think everything so far, looking at it, everything so far seems to be working the way that I want the game to go. Eludrin, you motherfucker with the 200 bits. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Oh, shit, Magnus, I'm sorry about that. I'm glad you got through now. So you can get your solar panels faster. Bro, I would love you guys. Like, as soon as we get fucking, as soon as we get solar panels, we're gonna do a mass orgy in the bathroom. Like, just sucking cocks and shit. The Black Thunder 2000. I don't know what the fuck that is. What is a Black Thunder 2000? Yeah, as soon as we get solar panels, we get hot tub confirmed. We'll do a hot tub stream. Why not? Is it mandatory? Of course it is, Altazin. You don't want to suck cock? Do you want me to stop gifting subs? Bro, do whatever makes you feel good, man. I don't really care. I appreciate the subs, but if you can't afford it, don't do it. You guys know my philosophy on shit, right? Those who gift subs, I fucking love you. Long time. But if you can't afford it, don't do it. Just enjoy the show. It's free of charge for everyone. Oh, a little bit of a curve actually works. It makes it pop a little bit more, no? I wonder if this could work. I'm not sure if it will, but let's see if it could. If we did a filter, a bit of a high pass on this, would it stand out a bit more if we did like a linear light or linear light? Yeah, that makes it pop a little bit more, no? Okay, I think that works. No, Magris, don't spin it now. Don't spin it now, bro. Please. Magris, don't gift anyone a fucking sub now. Eludrin, by the way, thanks for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you. But Magris, if you wait until the 28th of November, if you gift 2 subs while we're playing the new expansion, you get a free pet in-game in World of Warcraft. So don't go ham now, fam. Wait until the 28th. That's when your sub will buy you a fucking pet. So if you can only afford like 1 or 2 subs, wait until then till you get a free some free shit and WoW. Don't let that go to waste, bro. My birthday is 28th. Wow, ironic. Nice. So you can get yourself a nice little pet. Bro, do you see Noble Rail the Newser? Yes. We reacted to that I uploaded the video to YouTube as well. It was so good. Like, it is by far one of my favorite interviews with a WoW dev in such a long time. First time I catch the stream was at the beginning of an 8-hour overnight drive. Entertained as fuck. Great job, bro. Chiro man, how you doing, brother? Thank you so much for some chat, dude. Really appreciate that. And I'm very happy that you enjoy it. I don't know why people enjoy the stream, but I am glad that you guys do. Because the stream is literally just us talking shit here. We just sit here and talk crap to each other. And somehow you guys enjoy it as much as I do. So I'm fucking happy about that. I am very happy about that. Yeah, I'm now saving up for the Warhammer Christmas Battle Force box for the Imperial Knights. it's going to be like 170 euros per box. So yeah, I'm still going to save for like 70, 80 euros compared to buying all the models individually. Models is super expensive, but I think they can be super fun. We're just waiting for you to start licking microphones, buddy. Dude, that's not going to happen. Macros, you motherfucker with the fucking gifted sub. Dude, really appreciate that. Can I get some hearts in chat for Macros' gifted sub? Thank you, fam. And also, you guys have just started the Scamas train again. So, I don't know. If that sort of psychology work on you, fall for it and just give me all your cash. Some asshole gave me a sub, so I had to return. Yeah, there you go. That's how it works here. The people have no manners. No manners. You're just quietly sitting here enjoying yourself, you know, not subbed. Who gives a shit? And then one of these cunts will gift you a sub, making you part of the group. It's a sad place for fucking loners to be. My stream is definitely not the place for loners. You'll either become part of us by force or by enticement, but you will become part of us. It's actually pretty understandable from a psychological point of view. And if I were to take an educated guess, it is mostly because the people that gain the most out of the streams like this are missing that shoot the shit mentality with close friends, whether age, time, distance, whatever. True. But if you look at so many other streamers, like they put on these massive shows and they do these like, you know, they do so much shit. Like, I'll just look at streamers that have lights going off in the fucking background whenever someone sub, and they'll, you know, do push-ups for subs and all that crap. And then here's me editing a fucking YouTube video. And there's people going, oh my god, peak content. Let's watch this guy edit a YouTube video. Peak content, bro. That appreciates simplicity and true content, bro. I'm happy to hear that. This is a perfect stream to have on in the background while working. Alderson, that's all I'm hoping for, bro. That's all I'm hoping for. Because I have the stream on in the background as well while I'm working. Oh. Imperial Knights is the cheapest hobby to collect, though? Why? What makes the Imperial Knights the cheapest? Oh god, yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah, just be streaming in the background whilst working. Best way to do it. Entertainment and pseudo-social constructs. People used to leave the TV or radio on during the day to not feel alone. Now they can interact with the TV, so instead of becoming hooked into soap operas, they become hooked onto streamers. Yeah, and it's cool. Because I do think that this is the future of entertainment. Oh, German, yeah, but I mean that's always been a thing for me. I've always had a giant problem with people that sort of favor subs over followers and followers over lurkers and shit like that. Just because, in my opinion, it's kind of like everyone has a role to play, right? There's no denying that subs are incredibly important because subs are how you pay your bills, and that's obviously fucking amazing. And if someone gives you some of their hard-earned money, that's obviously something that should be celebrated, and I do. But then subscribers, their role is in obviously funding your lifestyle. Followers, their role is in bringing in more people to potentially become subs, and the same with lurkers. So everyone has their position. You have to think of everyone as very useful, and therefore you should either you love everyone equally, or you appreciate everyone equally, or just don't stream. Because you'll see this so often with smaller streamers, people that have the same kind of views as I do, that will lock their chat to subscribers only. You know, because they want to force everyone to sub. Or they'll play ads in like really important moments because they want to force people to sub. But bro, that's not how it works. Because for every lurker that you have in your chat that isn't subbed, that have no interest in ever subbing, they're just here because they like the stream and they enjoy watching it. They can potentially bring in new people that might eventually sub because they actually want to sub. And why is that a bad thing? You know, it's sort of like liquor stores. Why do liquor stores sell beer? The margins on beer is incredibly low. So technically speaking, a liquor store doesn't have to sell beer in order to make money. But people who come in to buy beer will oftentimes buy something else. So they'll buy beer, but then they'll also buy a bottle of brandy or something like that. So your lurkers and your viewers are sort of the same thing. They bring more people in that might eventually sub, might eventually do things. Plus, people who chat is always better than people who don't. Right? Just going to put that out there. If you're a streamer and your chat is just not going anywhere, like there's no one in chat. So while I was reading the short story, I realized that most of you were just sitting here listening. You have no idea how difficult that is. Because I'm looking over at chat and I see chat isn't moving. And my streamer mind is going, fuck. How can you get them to talk? What the fuck's wrong here? It's very hard. I can't imagine someone that streams for like 2 or 3 people and the chat's just never moving. That would be so horrible. Fromka, you are not new. Go suck a dick, bro. How you doing? But the gay though, talking is gay. Is talking gay? I would say not talking is gay. Speaking with a dick in your mouth is incredibly difficult, bro. Open your mouth, which allows a dick to go in. Exactly. If it feels forced, I wouldn't support. Oh, you exclude me. I'll show you. I'll give you my own money. Do you like me now? Talking is gay because talking with mouth open for more dick. Dude, but when there is already a dick in your mouth, you can't speak. So by speaking, you are showing that there is no dick in your mouth. Rukon, you're saying I should tell my viewers how insignificant they are and how fucking useless they are and how poor they are and shit, so they feel dominated into giving me money. I guess I could do that. It would be weird, but, you know, why not? Let's try it. Oh, this dick are getting complicated. Bro, the stream, I don't think it would ever be an Akalon stream if there isn't at least like half an hour of dick talk, where dicks are just everywhere. Or latex while you do it too. You see, this is where the fucking this is where that tricks come in, right? Leave it on a starting soon stream until sub goal is made. Oh shit. Has there ever been someone that's done that, Apocalypse? I slip off to do something and come back to talking about dicks and financial nomination. Blasphemous Crow, welcome to the stream. There's people that actually do that. Starting screen until sub goal is made. How many viewers do they have? Love the dudes giving the women a run for their money. Gays literally made women compete with, more for men, especially when talking about dick sucking and mental support. Anyways, no one's judging the gays here. No one's judging the gays. Imagine actually doing that. Dude, I couldn't do it. Maybe this is the wrong approach. I don't know if maybe most larger streamers don't do this, but for me, as a personal rule, especially as someone that is very conservative when it comes to money, like I'm very particular at who I give my money to, because I work for this money. I was about to say I work hard, but that would be a lie. I work for this money, right? And so for me, whenever someone decides to take that money that they work for super fucking hard and they say, you know what, here's $5 for you, bro. Thank you so much for everything you do. That is a fucking important thing, but it is an optional thing. And I don't ever want to do anything in my stream to make that a mandatory thing. I would prefer to just keep it as optional as humanly possible and have people do whatever the fuck they want. If you do, Ludren, you're very welcome, sir. There are some meme streamers who say if no one subs in the next 20 minutes, they'll end the stream. Are you talking about what's that fucker's name? Oh my god, what's his name? Shit. Oh. Bro. He's like one of the most parasitic streamers on the internet. Oh, what's his name? Is it DMZ? No, it's not DMZ. I have DMZ on the brain because I constantly think about fucking Call of Duty. Darkside Full. There we go. DSP. Sorry. Darkside Full. So this Darkside Full guy, right? Like, you guys have never seen anything like this dude. So he sits there, right, on his fucking couch, streaming almost all day. Very boring streams. Like, seriously, you watch Darkside Full, he doesn't speak, he doesn't do anything, he just sits there. And then he'll pop off and he'll be like, you know what, guys? I don't think you guys are appreciating what I'm doing here. We have been streaming the entire day and we don't even have 100 fucking subs. Like, how am I supposed to do this and like be here every single day and pay my home and my bills and stuff if you guys won't even fucking give me at least $100? Like, how am I supposed to do any of these things? I remember, and it's not just once. It's not like this guy had like one moment where he was just sort of berating his chat for not paying him. He does it often. Like, often he does this. And I just sat there. I was like, what the fuck? Like, why are you demanding money? Like, you can't demand money. The way you get money is by just being more entertaining and hopefully people fucking give you something. Then again, how does anyone actually fall for it? Bro, people fall for stupid shit. There's 100% of the shots you don't take. I guess. But wouldn't it be... I don't even like these discussions about money because I feel like every time you discuss subscribers and donations and things, there's a modicum of pressure that is placed on someone in chat. Like, there's going to be 1 or 2 or 3 people in your chat that is going to feel compelled to start making some kind of contribution. Even if it is just very subconsciously. Like, the conversation we're having here right now is just a conversation in general about subscribers, content creators, viewers, and the like. But I don't even like having conversations like this because I feel like it just puts an unnatural subconscious sort of pressure on people to feel like, well, maybe I shouldn't be sitting here enjoying this content for free. Maybe I should be paying something. Which, obviously, I don't want you to feel like that at all. The stream is free. It'll always be free. Just fucking watch and enjoy yourself. Can't find the Gundam video breaking it down, but here is the condensed shorts of cunty streamers. All right, let's see this. So this is 5 streaming careers getting ended in seconds. Really not smart. I hope this is stream safe though.
How would they get it that quick? Now it says I'm already logged in. Probably your face shows you're lying, give up, you pathetic scan. It's probably strike scan, yeah, obviously.
Say I ain't got money. Say I ain't got money.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I don't know how that ended his stream though.
Oh my god.
Oh, this guy.
Take it easy, guys. Take it easy.
No. What the fuck? Can't do that, bro. Oh my god, dude. These fucking titty streamers sometimes, man. Like, why do you think it's okay to lick your fingers and then take it down to your panties? Like, what would make you think, oh, this is okay on a platform that isn't fucking Pornhub? Oh my god, yeah, she was literally going in a very bad direction. Oh my god, dude. That shit's just super annoying to me. I get really triggered by shit like that. And it's not all titty streamers. There are titty streamers that just work really hard and just happen to also have their tits in the camera the whole time. And that's perfectly fine. You know, do your best life. Live your best life. I don't care. You have nice titties and all that. But there are some girls that is clearly taking advantage of really sad and miserable and pathetic men. And then also taking a lot of, like, sort of pushing the boundaries of what is allowed on Twitch in order to do that, because they know that they would just be one of millions on Pornhub, but on Twitch, you know, they're one of a few, at least, that would be willing to go that far. A female streamer in the intro that refused to start stream until sub goal was made. The second female streamer. This one. Yeah, she just looks high maintenance, doesn't she? Tiger Shock, I would almost suggest that the guy who punched his desk probably ruined his career because he said something after punching his desk. At some point, he got so fucking emotional that he uttered some N-word or maybe whatever, but almost definitely. What the hell's this? FIFA 21 Extreme Rage.
¿Esto qué es? ¿Un pase picado, Fabiño? ¿Pero por qué no vale? ¡No presiona!
What the fuck is this guy doing? Like, why? Why? I mean, it's a goal, you fucking idiot. It's not the end of the world. Dude, you see, the problem with losing your mind that badly is that you are gonna suck now because you've got emotional. And emotional people make super bad decisions. There you go. Minomi streamers with anger management issues. I agree, Simi. Oh, he got super, just throwing it. That's the best anger, in my opinion. Like, this is absolutely the best anger. Just look at the guy. Just no screaming, no noise. This is how you know someone is peak angry, bro. There's no screaming. The face isn't really even showing anger. It's that get up, walk over slowly, and just fucking chuck your controller. Just as hard as you can, throw it, and then sit back down. No screaming. Not speaking. Doesn't make a noise. Just anger. Just pure anger. Jesus. Jesus, some of these people are just nuts, dude. But why are you getting so angry? You lose because you suck.
I swear if he scores another... Fuck's sake! I haven't scored a fucking corner since the fucking game came out, and this prick has got 2 in 1 game. I don't have a controller.
I have to see that again.
Came out.
Like, as he's saying it, that's what's good about this. As he's saying it. Aaron, baby, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow.
I swear if he scores another... Fuck's sake!
Oh my god, this guy just
I haven't scored a fucking corner since the fucking game came
Fuck's
out.
sake!
Break his
Alright, let's see. Wait, we didn't see what happened to this guy. That's fake. That's just super fake. This is super fake. Like, first and foremost, look at where he puts his actual controller. So he puts his actual controller just there. He picks up another controller, shows it to the fucking camera so that people can see, oh my god, he's throwing a fucking controller, right? And then just chucks it. Probably a broken controller already. Yeah, real men break real controllers. Like, if you're gonna break something, you fucking throw your actual monitor. And I'm not even talking about your second monitor. You take your actual monitor and you throw it into the fucking ocean or some shit. That's what real men would do. Like, you fuck yourself properly. You don't just, like, don't be responsible with this shit.
Antisontic!
Fake as fuck. You fake asshole. I'm a bit triggered now. And now he brings them. Oh, yeah, show us. Yeah. Oh my god, dude, we're so sad. But the real controller's right there. This guy's gonna break his chair. Has to.
Filippino 96 di velocità. Immagino, per forza, no?
Oh. See, that's a Giga Chad right there. That is what you call a Giga Chad move. The guy takes the controller that he just fucked up with and then throws that on the fucking ground. Like, he's had enough of this bullshit. This is Giga Chad anger. That previous guy was just fake as shit. The materials and reaches are so hard to dig for or to assemble. Dude, what I never understand is so I don't understand this at all. When people punch walls or punch doors or punch their keyboards or break their mice or a mic or something like that, like, I can get super angry. But usually when I get super angry, I'll just get up and walk. I'll legit just be like, well, all right, fuck this. And then I'll walk, I'll walk around for a bit, just cool down, and then, come back and try again. I don't hit my keyboard because I don't get the point. The keyboard didn't do jack shit. I'm just breaking something that costs fucking money for no reason. Like, I've never even taken my headset off and thrown it. I have a hook here for my headset, right, next to my desk. And no matter how angry I am, I take off the headset and I put it on the fucking hook, and then I'll just be like, okay, fine. Just fucking calm down. It's not, because I don't want to break something. The last thing I want to do is now, middle of the night, having to figure out where the fuck I'm going to get another headset because I broke mine. That would just be the stupidest thing ever.
Ho rotto la luce.
Esse jogo é uma merda, velho. É uma bosta, velho. Ah, velho, vai se fuder, cara!
A Shushandeka? I don't know what the fuck that means, but what a language.
Celso Martins. Nou jongen, maak het maar af. Dat is een mooie.
Face, bro. It looked like he was starting to cry, actually. Like, his brain did not know what it wanted to do in that moment. Like, his brain was somewhere between Look at him about to cry. And I'm about to break something. Just look at his mouth while he's going through these emotions. Just look at his mouth. I need to slow this down for you guys so you can actually see what the fuck I'm laughing at. I'm not sure if everyone's seeing it, but just take a look at this guy's mouth, right? So here we go. The score is on. He's about to lose his shit. You can see it in his eyes. His life is about to crash down around him. It goes in. Eyes down. A bit of a cry, a bit of anger. Going through about 3 or 4 different emotions before he loses his shit. I love when you get so angry that your brain just doesn't know what the fuck to do. Like, that is always the best kind of anger. Like, you're so angry that your brain can't know what it wants to do.
Dit is een goal waar we voorlopig geen genoeg van krijgen. Hè. Het begint allemaal bij die prachtige paas.
I quit this series, boys. I quit the series. 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 Legitimately, the series is done. The series is done. The series is done. We're changing the series, alright? We're changing the series. I'm not playing any more games of FIFA. I've actually
This seems fake too. I don't know why.
Dat zijn keine Dreieckspässe für mich, hey, sorry.
Oh, we're back to this guy. Man, this
Nee,
guy
man.
clearly is a
Good of
treat
us,
when he plays FIFA.
Nein, Mann. Meiner Meinung nach, EA hat wieder die Finger im Spiel gehabt in diesem Spiel, Mann.
Bro, walk away from the fucking game. Like, clearly FIFA is not your game. Why would you play a game that makes you this angry at the fucking console? I don't understand. I want to get even angry, but I don't understand why.
Esto es flipante, tío.
At least he threw it onto his face. In the history of gaming, did all sports games suck dick? Oh, that was actually a good pass.
Shoot the fucking thing! Like, get there! Go to the fucking ball!
Yeah. Oh, we're back to this guy as well.
Il controllo hai già preso 2 gol. Sfuttite, sfuttite.
Mannaggia la puttana! Ma dove cazzo sto io fa?
Is he blaming his mic? His controller?
Dai, despeja, boludo. Tiene el pito nano este chabón, boludo. Dale, boludo, ganalo, hijo de puta. Qué juego de mierda, boludo. Qué juego de mierda, boludo. Qué juego de mierda, boludo. Qué juego de mierda.
Oh, this guy's clearly having the time of his life. Just look at that face.
Foda-se que esta merda, caralho! Puta de jogo de merda, pá! Foda-se, caralho! Merda! Foda-se! Como é que este cabrão marca gol daqui, caralho? Foda-se!
It looks fake. It looks like he's just trying to get angry because he knows that will get him clicks. Which, by the way, you should not underestimate the amount of fucking streamers that do that.
Nie opłaca się.
No ich. Wybij to, wybij to, wybij to, wybij to!
Patem, kurwa, nie ręką, patem! Nie, nie.
Bro, are you fucking kidding me that little fake shot?
Es un taquito y el mío es un hijo de puta. Y le queda. ¡Mi nariz!
Yeah, no, that's true. So the thing is, I mean, as streamers, your reactions are almost always going to be much larger than what they're supposed to be. I would say the best guy in the business with that, though, is Dr. Disrespect. Like, just by a mile. The way Dr. Disrespect can get angry at things and just sell that he is actually fucking angry at it, I would say he's probably the best in the business at it. But no, it is to some extent probably always a little fake. But you do just get some people that is just very fucking fake. Like, I would say the difference between fake and real in the case, because Sebi, you're absolutely correct. It is always performative art. That's what streaming is. It's about performances. But so what I do is all of my reactions on stream is always genuine, just dialed up. So if I'm angry, I'm genuinely angry, but it will almost always be a bit more dialed up than what it would be in real life. Because you do add that 10-20% extra to, you know, whatever emotion you're feeling at the time. And it's not like you're trying to do it. It just happens because you're streaming. You're aware that there's a camera on you. You're aware that you're performing. So it does happen. But I do feel that emotion. That emotion is just a little bit higher than what it would normally be. I mean, what I would call fake is people that show an emotion that they're not actually experiencing. So something will happen and they'll pretend to be incredibly angry at the thing or love the thing, even though you can actually see they're not actually feeling jack shit here. Like, that's not what's happening. I think you'd be more controlled about anger. Who, me, Dreneman? Sebi, that's true. Well, to know every single time I lose in a game, it's part of the performance, the greatest pains. Oh yeah, me too. I'm actually probably the best gamer out there. Like, if it wasn't for the performance thing, I would be like, I would probably be able to one-shot every single boss in Elden Ring. If Elden Ring had difficulty settings, I could put it on hardest and I would not lose. That's how good I am. But because I'm streaming and I want to make it fun for people, I wipe a lot of times. Zero, yeah. Not even, I wouldn't, not just 0 deaths. I would take no damage whatsoever. So you have performance issues? Not performance issues. I'm trying to perform. If I just finished the game with taking no damage, you guys would get bored. You'd be like, what the fuck? This guy's too good, man. I can't watch this. This guy's just making me feel bad about my inadequacy as a gamer. So I have to dial it down for the rest of you, so you don't feel like complete miserable shits because you can't play good games. You'd feel bad if you saw me actually playing video games. Can I play when people are watching? No, I can. I just don't want to. The World of Warcraft I show you. Wait, let me fucking finish the sentence, chat. Dude, I am butchering this name. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to fucking make sure that these names are spelled correctly. Fucking spelling in World of Warcraft, bro. Yeah, Lorthamar is correct. The Lystra I'm almost certain isn't correct. Yeah, thought as much. What did I get wrong? Oh, 2 S's instead of just 1 S. Okay. The Lystra and Lorthamar, just add that to dictionary. Everyone's that viral moment that blows your view count from 100 to thousands. Sebi, the funny thing there is that never happens. Like, if you look at almost every single streamer's growth trajectory, usually before they have that, what you would call an explosive moment, their channel was already going up. So their channel was already starting to go up. And as they say, success comes slowly at first and then all at once. So they were already, like, the growth, they were already going up. And then, you know, they got spotted by something. But the reason they got spotted is because they were already going up. And that just exploded them into stardom. I don't know if many people that exploded from like 100 viewers, static for over months, to major viewership. I don't know. Is there? There might be. You know, there's always exceptions to everything. I know we're not success on the internet can take 3 to 5 though. So yeah. it is a massive push, and most people don't know that. If you look at all of the big streamers, and this is actually quite funny, I was watching this video where a guy showed all of the biggest streamers: Dr. Disrespect, Shroud, Summit 1G, XQC, Asmongold. All of the big streamers, they streamed for 6 to 7 years before they finally like exploded into success. It took them fucking more than half a decade. Which kind of breaks your spirit, right? Because you're realizing suddenly you still have years in front of you before you'll be there. Standard Hamster, you bastard. 14 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Is the content creator's fault for thinking that entertainment was a lazy, get-rich-quick scheme? True. I do think if you just stick with it, and you just keep making, your content, try and make it as good as you possibly can. Furious, you motherfucker, with the 41 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. If you don't want to put your heart into entertainment, get out and do something else. So fucking true, dude. But yeah, it's just about, you just have to keep doing what you do. Do it well. Try and do it better every single time. And then the rest is just up to how good you get. Because ultimately, that is, in my opinion, what determines success. It's not luck. It's not coincidence. You get noticed exactly when you're ready to be noticed. Let's put it like this, knowing what I know, I doubt I'd start a content creation career. I think I'd rather embrace something like a forest guard. I don't know, though. Why would you want to be a forest guard? Way too many shitty acting students and far too few people who are actually good. They give the craft and industry a bad name. Yeah, I wonder sometimes how many of these new TikTok stars are going to be around in, a year, 2 years from now. Like, will they still be here? It's also fucking spelled wrong. Yeah, almost definitely. Alec Straza. Is that wrong? Is that right? Alex Straza. Pretty sure that's fucking spelled correctly, but let's just make sure, shall we? Oh shit, there really is no fucking... Wow, that's weird. Oh, none of the dragons have that. I completely forgot. Yeah, none of the dragons have that. Never mind. No longer sometimes. What's the club? Fame on the internet is also far more fleeting than in old media. Yeah. But I think the reason for that, Niara, how you doing? I think the reason for that, Sebi, is almost always because on the on the internet, most fame comes almost overnight, right? In a lot of cases. So if you look, for example, at these TikTok stars, they came from nowhere, and within like 30 days, 40 days, they exploded to millions upon millions of viewers just overnight. And I think that easy come, easy go, that's the thing that destroys careers. I think it's a good thing if you want to retire. Me raging at D3. You got angry at D3. What about D3 made you angry? Wow, this thing really doesn't want me to have any... Sebi, true. And it's weird because the only people that seem to make it on YouTube in like very long form are exactly those who figured that out. So look, for example, at what's his name? Casey Neistat, for example, that became like he's just a god when it comes to cinematography and understanding the art of vlogging. Like all of your biggest YouTubers, Mr. Beast became an incredible entertainer and producer of entertainment. Yeah, if you can learn a skill, you'll probably never go anywhere. Like, people will just always keep watching. The problem is that most YouTubers aren't interested in learning a skill. Rococo, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look at the difference between a great film actor versus a reality TV star. Oh, yeah. Like, the only reality TV stars that remain in the sort of limelight are those that eventually transition into film or TV, like proper film and TV. Mr. Beast isn't that new. He's been around for a while, no? Wait, did I swear in this? Probably a little, yeah. Great to be here. Your YouTube channel is great. Rococo, thank you so much. I'd really appreciate that. Very happy to have you, brother. That's wrong. We'll put on this one. Yeah, I don't think I swore, but you never know. I may have. This video should be done with checks and everything. So I can make this live now, I guess. Standard, you motherfucker with a gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat? Rococo, welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Okay, so we have The Vow Eternal, a Dragonflight short story read by Akalon. Yeah, let's fucking make it public. I don't expect this to get many views. I do not expect it to get many views, but hey, what kind of lore channel would I be if I didn't at least fucking, you know, upload it? We gotta do the work. We gotta put in the effort, you know? Gotta put in the effort. YouTube clips, YouTube channel clips. South African time is weird time for me. Eludin, what time is it for you now? Tiger Shark, I appreciate the like. My fucking voice did. 6 a.m. for Thanksgiving holiday. Oh, shit. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to all of the Americans. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. If it's Thanksgiving today in America, do you guys have tomorrow as holiday as well? Or is it just today and then you have to go back to work tomorrow and then you have holiday? Today and tomorrow off. Nice. Wait, but tomorrow is Black Friday. Ooh. Ooh. Do you guys think tomorrow, like, Black Friday specials are going to be huge? Or do you think due to inflation and shit, the Black Friday shit isn't going to be that big? I have work tomorrow, unfortunately. Shit. What's that cat? That sucks, dude. Having to work when everyone else is, I know from experience, being a Twitch streamer and a South African, where most of you guys aren't from South Africa, will have public holidays here. And then I have to stream and work on those public holidays because it's not a fucking holiday for you guys. So why would you take off? Fucking sucks in Portugal, to be honest. I wish we'd get rid of it. Why? Rurikon, what sucks about it? Black Friday is the right year. Remain stream on Thanksgiving? I know. That's why I'm here, Civvy. That's why I'm fucking here, bro. Not expecting big deals for Black Friday with the economy being as it is. I wonder if we have Black Friday deals. Hold up, let's see. So let's go to my favorite places. All my favorite places. So they have the Level Up sale, which I'm assuming is what they call their Black Friday sale. So I don't see any sort of message about Black Friday stuff. Where the fuck did that Level Up thing go? Let's see what's in the Level Up sale, shall we? Okay. So you can get this, whatever this fucking mouse pad is, or this mouse pad, or this Marvel mouse, or this Deepcool fan, for some reason. Like, fans are super expensive, bro. You should wait for Black Friday to buy yourself a PC fan. More mice, more keyboards, they don't matter. A mouse microphone, or a monster microphone with built-in speakers. What? Like, why the fuck would you need this? Anyways, Mad Cats, joystick, Mad Cat, monster, Mad Cats. Dude, there's nothing good here. Not a single thing that's good. At least not so far. That's alright. 512 gigabyte SSD. That's not bad, you know. Monster smartwatch. Don't know about that. Argus, Razer, Glorious, whatever the fuck that means. A 2 terabyte HDD if you need one. Apex, Antec, Evetech, Logitech. 1 gigabyte SSD for 900. That's not really saving anything. That's bullshit. Saving $600? Bollocks. I bought my one gigabyte SSD for like, I think $1,999. So I'm not sure where the fuck they're coming up with that price. I don't know why I'm really looking here. Because I don't think I need anything. And the things that I need, I won't get here. Tiger Shark, what's wrong with the meal? D-Rocker, happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Oh, this is actually the one thing that I may actually have bought. The problem is just that it's not the Pro. Like, I would actually have splurged on this if it was the Pro version of it. Chase, that's always been the case in South Africa. So the South African companies have never really gotten the hang of Black Friday. So what they do just prior to Black Friday, they raise the prices and then they lower them again. And then it's not even a massive, it's not even like it's a massive, sorry, Rakan, thank you for reminding me of that. It's not even as if it's a massive discount that they give you. They give you a small discount. They from the original. Evetech seems to have gotten a little bit better at this time around. Their upgrade kits. 24-inch monitors. Odyssey G5. Huh. That's not bad. It's a 27-inch, which is a little sad, but still not bad. This is not bad either. Alienware, 240Hz monitor. But it is, and it's AMD FreeSync Premium Pro. Not that that means much, but it's fine. Let's see. Bunch of laptop deals. Oh, goody. That's it. That's all the glorious fucking savings. AZ, you can get Mexican food 24/7 here, for fuck's sakes. Tiger Shark, what do you mean? Like, why are you talking about Mexican food? See, the thing I want now is a dehumidifier. But I don't think they really go on... They really go on Black Friday specials. Wait. Isn't Thanksgiving like guaranteed turkey? To sleep, still not used to being awake for a 5 a.m. stream? Dude, you should fucking fix your sleep schedule, man. Your sleep schedule is up to shit. Traditionally. Yeah, but I mean... That's what I expect when it comes to Thanksgiving dinner. It is a nice bit of... turkey dinner. To be fair though, I've only had turkey once in my life. It was good. It wasn't great, but it was good. Asian year, we usually have a whole roast pig and a lot of other foods. What on Thanksgiving, D-Rocker? It's regional also. In the Southwest, there's a lot of Hispanic influence. How do you make a Hispanic turkey? Asian year. But, okay, so, you see, I don't understand the whole... You don't really... We got this thing called lechon, and we got all other sorts of Asian cuisines. You don't. You'll have turkey and tamales or something. Depends on family. Right. I've only once in my life had anything Hispanic. Like, anything close to Mexican or something like that. I did not like it. The beans can really just stay the fuck away. I think the Mexicans need to reevaluate their relationship with beans, because I think beans are fucking disgusting. Outside of that, you know, it was an horrible. The meat was fucking brilliant. The problem was just the beans everywhere, which was really horrible. Italian, but we lived in AZ. Wait, AZ? Where? What the fuck is AZ? Arizona. You're fucking disgusting. Ruricon, no, beans are fucking disgusting, bro. The Mexican food you find across the pond is not authentic, so you'll struggle to find decent stuff. Yeah, I'm assuming we don't really have the best Mexican places here. Because, I mean, there's very few Mexican people in South Africa. Bro, I put Vegemite on my steak and it was goat. Jumbo, get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you doing? Vegemite on your steak? Like, way to destroy a good steak. Dude, I made tri-tip the other day. I told you guys I had tri-tip in the fridge, right? I made tri-tip for the first time ever. Holy shit. It is actually, I think, my new favorite piece of steak. It is so fucking succulent and delicious and tender. It's just absolutely awesome. Beans are good. You're fucking degenerate. I hate beans. I hate all beans. No, I'm lying. I don't hate all beans. There's this bean that Japanese people use inside this really soft, sweet thing. I don't know what the fuck it's called. I don't know the name of it. I can't... Maki or something like that. I don't know what the fuck it's called, right? But it's a red bean kind of thing. It's a red bean thing. When you bite into it, it's got like this really soft, like doughy outside, and then in the middle there's just this thin layer of like a red bean paste kind of thing. Now that is fucking gorgeous. That shit is next level. Red bean paste and mooncakes. I don't know what the fuck a mooncake is. I like beans, but I turn into a zeppelin after. Feels weird, man. I don't like beans. Adzuki beans. Yeah, I don't know what that means. But no, I'm not a fan of beans. In general, I hate baked beans. I hate all types of beans. The worst one for me would be the refried beans. That texture is just not good. I would say my favorite... Yeah, I don't know really what my favorite type of food is. It probably... Like, most of my favorite food types would be just... Let's call it American-style cuisine. So it'll be things like ribs or barbecue or burgers, stuff like that. That's probably my favorite stuff. Second to that would be Asian food. I really like Asian food, but not sushi. I don't like sushi. I don't hate sushi. I just think sushi is completely overrated. I think anyone that goes nuts for sushi is just pretending. Like, you want to be more cool and you want to look as if you're more affluent than what you actually are. And so you sort of pretend like, oh my God, look at me. I'm having raw fish because the guy was too fucking lazy to even cook it. You can't tell me that raw fish is better than deep fried fish. I just will not accept that. Rurikon, you're wrong. Sushi is not awesome. Sushi is just the mark of a really lazy chef. Like, some guy somewhere in Japan at some point sat down and said, you know what, this is a fucking long... Oh my God, it's so much work having to cook everything and, you know, get everything prepared. Why don't we just sell it raw, but we'll make it seem as if it was a fucking choice? And he started doing that, and then all the pretentious people started showing up, and they were like, they didn't want to complain that, you know, clearly they're paying for raw fish. So they just sort of bought it and then started lying and telling everyone that, no, this is so good. You should absolutely try this. But if you do yourself a favor and you actually just order a nice plain piece of deep fried fish, you'll know this is heaven. This is what fish should taste like. Yeah. It's the only sushi I eat. Mexican food of Thanksgiving is the sign of a really lazy chef. Isn't it like hard to make Mexican food though, Tiger Shark? Like, Tiger Shark is really annoyed at the fact that he's having Mexican for Thanksgiving. The flavor is all in the cut. No, it's fucking not. The flavor is in the fish. It's not in the cut. It's in the fish. Thing is, you have to slice it so thinly so that they don't taste that it's raw. At least the Japanese make something of raw fish. We Dutch just gut the herring and take the head off and eat it raw. Rurikon, I told you already, you just have to slice it thinly. How hard can that be? Just need a sharp knife. Easy. I could do that. Give me a sharp knife. I'll cut it thinly. Paper thin, actually. Scandinavians do some wild stuff to fish. Oh. Kinky. Down under, we just cook the cunt. Eating it raw. Yeah, we just like deep frying stuff. There's... Oh my God, dude. Calamari. Like, fucking hake. Nice crispy fucking chips. Bro. Do you eat fruit pies? No. No, Cesius, I do not. You mean Christmas pies? Like the ones you can buy at the supermarkets? Those little red things filled with fruit? No. I fucking hate those things. It's like apple crumble or apple pie or shit like that. It's miserable. Of course, cream pies. Who doesn't like a cream pie? I hate fruit pies. Like, why would you spoil? So here's the thing. If you take like an apple crumble, the nicest part of the apple crumble is the sauce and the crumble bit on top. If all they could do is just remove all the fucking apples from it, that'd be brilliant. The issue is the apple spoils the fucking pie. Just remove the fucking apple and just, you know, give me the sauce and the crumble on top, and I'll eat that, because that's the parts that the what do they call it? The base is really nice, the crumble on top is really nice, and the sauce is really nice. Everything else can fucking go. Achilles Odyssey TV, how you doing, bro? Me playing game, alt tab, Echo, down under. We just cut the cunt and eat it raw. Jazaru, how you doing, bro? What do you mean, what is my problem, Phantom Evil? I don't have a problem. The thing is just, right, if you're gonna have a dessert, have a fucking dessert. Don't put fruit in it to pretend to yourself like you're being healthy or some shit. Because that really is the only thing that pumpkin pie and fucking apple pie and shit is. It's you feeling guilty. It's like going to McDonald's, ordering 2 meals, and then asking for a fucking Diet Coke. You may as well just have a normal one. But you're having the Diet Coke because you want to make yourself feel better about the fact that you just ordered a bunch of shit. With powdered sugar on it. Apple pie is the best. Dude, I hate apple pie. I genuinely can't fucking stand it. It is just... I don't like fruit stuff. Like, I don't like anything that's fruity. Don't give me fruity bullshit. Just give me actual, like, normal, like, dessert shit. Does it taste? Apple pie is really good. I disagree with all of you. Like, you are all so fucking wrong. Okay, so here's the question. Here's the question for all of you. Apple pie or pecan pie? And if you say apple pie, I'm gonna punch you in the balls. Pecan pie is a fucking trillion times better than apple pie. A trillion times better than apple pie. Pecan pie is what a pie should look like. It's what a pie should be. What do you mean, what the fuck is pecan? You never had pecan pie? Dude, you guys never had fucking pecan pie. And pecan is not fucking dried fruit. Pecan is a nut. In other parts of the world, they were called pecanut. So pecanut pie. Pecan is like the American version of pecanut pie. Or at least some people in America call it pecan pie. Choose apple over pecan? No, fuck that, bro. There was research about the SOA that has 0 sugar are actually worse than the regular one, since they mess up with the enzyme that processes sugar, because the brain detects that there is sugar when, in fact, there is none. Oh, Madam Faith, that's actually interesting. So I go choose apple over pecan. Apple, I hate whatever that gel-looking shit is in pecan pie. Dude, you mean the sauce? The literal fucking sauce? You hate the sauce of a pecan pie? You're nuts, bro. I would say pecan pie. The other one that I really like is this one, but I don't know how to explain it to you guys. But this one I really like. It's called milk tart, which is also like really fucking good. Choose cheesecake over everything. Cheesecake is good. Cheesecake isn't bad. Yeah, you have the milk tart. I'm trying to think what other. It's kind of custardy, but also fuck. I don't really know. I can't make it. I can eat it, but I can't make it. The fuck is this? Bola de Bolaca. Isn't this like, this is just like a layer cake? I like this actually. This is a layer cake. Is it a flan pie? I don't know if it's a flan pie. Let's see. How do you make milk tart? Let's see. South African milk tart. Let's see. This camera is really... The camera work is top notch here. Please tell me it gets better. It does not get better. Let's see if there's a better recipe than this. Homemade milk tart. Maybe this one. Cinnamon stick. Puy de canali. I don't know what the fuck language this is. We have some cake here in Germany that's called Eierschecke. It's my favorite of all cakes. It's like cheesecake, but better. Eierschecke would be something with eggs, no? I want to show you guys what how it comes together, but this is glorious, by the way. This is like really fucking glorious. I love this. It's such a simple pie. You know, it's such a simple tart, but it tastes fucking amazing. It's not too sweet, and it's not overpoweringly sweet, which is actually the thing that makes it so nice. Stroopwafel pie could be nice as well, actually. And I do not bake. I can cook, but I cannot bake. I hate baking. I don't like following recipes. I just want to be let loose and do whatever the fuck I want. When you bake, you have to follow the recipes. I've tried making cake before without following a recipe. It was a fucking disaster, is what it was. It tasted nice. It did not look good at all. So I don't bake. Because I want to just do my thing. I just want to live my best life. If I want to add more sugar or less sugar or more flour or more egg or whatever, I want to be able to do so. Creme anglaise. What the hell is that? I think they could have sped up this video quite a bit, actually. Pour the rest of the milk and mix well. Okay. English cream written in French. Ah, okay. Pour in the pot and mix well until thickened to form a custard. So it is basically a custard. It is effectively a custard. Dude, it's so good. I've had, so the store just opposite me sells milk tart pancakes, which is effectively a crepe, like what you guys would call a crepe, filled with this mixture. So you take what you're making here, this custard, and you put that in and you roll it up. That's the pancake that they sell. It is fucking phenomenal. The only difference is the cooking pot and the amount of flour for texture. I want to show you guys the final result, bro. Like, that's why we're all here. There you go. There's your, like, whatever the pie base is. I don't think you cook it anymore. I think now you just leave it. No, you wouldn't cook it anymore. Like, it wouldn't go into the oven, would it? Yeah, no, it doesn't go into the oven. No, you just fill it with cinnamon. Like, put some cinnamon on top of it. Because that cinnamon on top just makes everything better. Yeah, a milk tart is effectively a custard pie, but it is a fucking staple, bro. It is a staple. You have no idea how many fucking people love that shit. There's not a single supermarket in South Africa that you can go to that will not have milk tart. Wait, what am I searching for, Rurkon? Pastel de nata. Pastel de nata. What the hell is this? It's Portuguese egg custard tarts. This is effectively the same as what we just saw.
Hi, I'm Chef George Mendez. I'm from Veranda Restaurant in Soho. And today I'm going to show you how to make pastéis de nata, which are Portuguese egg custard tarts that were
I've
first
had
made
these
by nuns and monks in the 19th century. So it's a puff.
Bro, I kid you not. I have fucking had this. Lou Bloodman, how you doing, bro? So not the shop next to me, but the shop up the road from me. So there's a Spar next to me or opposite me, and then there's a Spar up the road from me. And the Spar up the road from me sells, like, they have a section that is Marcialo's Bakery. I think it's called Marcelo's or Marcialo something bakery. And every day they deliver like fresh ciabatta, sourdough rolls. Everything's fresh. And it's still done with all the wild yeast and literally no preservatives whatsoever. It's just the typical shit, like, or the natural shit that goes into bread. And then these custard shit that they have there as well.
Pastry. If you're inclined to make your own from scratch, you can. This is a laminated, meaning it's a dough that has layers of butter in between all of the flour. So I'm gonna roll this all the way down to about 1/8 of an inch thick, trying to keep it in a square. So to talk a little bit about what exactly a pastel de nata is, it's a tart with a crispy pastry shell, and inside is a custard, and it's cooked all together in a
Isn't the French the leaders of bread in the world?
Cooks golden brown, nice and crispy, and then you have a set custard in the middle with a slightly bruleed charred top from the high heat. This was a confectionery that was first made by nuns and monks in a monastery in the Belém suburb of Lisbon back in the 19th century. So it was a way of utilizing leftover egg yolks because they were using the egg whites to starch their uniforms. So
you're gonna get diabetes in Portugal? Too bored.
You don't have to be.
The funny thing is, diabetes in places like France and Europe, so specifically Italy, France, all of those places that eat a shit ton of bread and pastry and things, is actually incredibly low. And I was watching this video where it's actually a guy in New York. He owns a pizza place in New York, and he started, like, he grinds up all of his own flour. Like, he molds his own flour in the shop from just normal grain. Because in his mind, the fact that people in France and Italy and in most of Europe basically live on bread, you know, so you go to Germany, there's almost every meal comes with some kind of starchy bread thing. France, there's so many fucking bakeries in France, Italy, all of those places. And they have very little obesity, they have very little issues with diabetes and shit like that. And yet they have these diets that for most people is like, oh my God, we should watch out, this will give us diabetes. And the argument that this guy had as to why he thinks that's not the case is there's very little processed food in most of those countries. Like, all of those breads, all of those pastries are made with purely natural ingredients. There's no processing. Whereas if you go to a country like America, almost all of your food is highly processed because it's industrialization run amok. Like everything is industrialized. So you are effectively, your body is getting fucked due to complex carbs that's just jam-packed with things that it shouldn't necessarily have.
So concerned about the edges being too straight because then you can trim that off. The important is that it's a really even
I watched
layer,
that, Niara.
thickness-wise. That's
Actually.
it. We are where we need to be. We're gonna brush the dough lightly with some water to allow us to roll it up and have it stick onto itself again. Then I'll start on one end and begin to roll the dough.
My God, people that make bread just
And now,
don't
since
know
it's gotten really soft,
how
and
to
really
make things
pliable
simple,
from
man.
rolling it out, you want to refrigerate it for at least 30 minutes before you start cutting it and putting it into the mold. And this is something actually you can do ahead of time and keep it frozen in your freezer up to a month. Okay guys, so now we're gonna make the actual nata, which is the custard filling that goes into the pastry. I'm gonna basically start with making a simple syrup with water, the sugar, and a cinnamon stick that I'm just gonna break in half to release the flavor. And we're gonna bring that up to a simmer to dissolve the sugar. Not that actually means cream or
it's not
custard.
just,
It's a dual
sadly,
meaning, but the
America,
nata
sadly, America has influenced South Africa as well in the same way, Chase.
My syrup working.
A lot of our foods now are also super processed, like just insane. So we have these supermarkets that has been popping up quite heavily in South Africa. It's called Food Lovers Market, which is actually one of the few places you can still find like almost everything fresh from the farms. So I think the place that you guys would probably have that's closest to it would be something like Whole Foods.
I honestly did not like them. They were
Then probably that's the closest you could get to similar to Food Lovers Market, which is just like giant fucking shops that just sell a shit ton of fresh produce and not like they obviously have their processed shit as well, but a lot of the things they stock there isn't processed whatsoever.
These things are delicious. And I remember sitting down at a little table next to them and eating about 6 pieces.
Yeah, because processed food is cheaper to obviously
So our simple
produce.
syrup is right, and our milk is hot as well. Start with our flour and make a little slurry out of the rest of the milk. This is a really important step because if we were just add flour all at one time to all the milk, it's end up with a lot of clumps. And now I'm gonna add the warm milk. So it is a very simple recipe, but it remains
I don't know if
super important to
it
be
doesn't
focused on
seem
every
simple
little
to
step
me. It seems
because
highly technical
all
to
the little
me at this
details
point.
plays an
You add a little bit of this. Don't add all of it. You'll fuck it up. No, just a little
now I'm
at
gonna
first.
separate my
If
eggs.
you add too much, you'll fuck it up. Don't do that.
So I
Don't
have
add too
my
little
egg
either,
yolks,
because that
put
won't
them
work
in a
too.
large bowl.
It's very simple, guys. Just
Gonna
follow the fucking
slowly
recipe.
add
5 hours
the warm
later,
milk.
and Akalon has like a
And
million
it's a very
different
important
things that's
step
just gone
that
wrong.
I use a spatula to clean up the bowl that has all of the flour. A little bit might stick to the bottom. I'm gonna add the simple syrup that's infused with the cinnamon. So it's actually okay to drop the cinnamon right into the mixture. So now I'm gonna add this.
I love how he made a mistake. Cinnamon drops in and is like, oh, it's fine. You can just drop it in there. Don't worry about it.
This mixture back into the pot and cook it over low heat until it thickens slightly, about 5 to 10 minutes. So this is where you're actually cooking the custard and the egg yolks and the flour are combining. It's gonna come up to about 180 degrees Fahrenheit roughly, just below boil, and you'll have a nice thick custard. My son is 18 months old right now. My wife won't allow us to
Congratulations.
give him that much sugar yet. Soon. You might have to wait till the same age range as me, maybe 7 years old. When I first tried them, no, it's too long. I won't let him suffer that much without trying these guys. So our filling is ready.
I wonder if it's not better to keep your kids off of sugar for as long as humanly possible. You know, like, try at least to keep them off of sugar until such time that they leave for school. Like, the second they go to school, maybe then you can no longer really control it. But I wonder if that wouldn't be better, because we are so fucking addicted to sugar, man. Like, it is just nuts.
Our dough is chilled, and now we're gonna bring the dough out and cut it into pieces and fill the molds. So these are the actual pastéis molds. They're really important because of the way they're made. They're really thin, and they have a nice slope on the sides of them. Very different from a muffin pan. You could use a muffin pan, but the distribution in the oven is not going to be the same, the heat distribution, and it's a different size slope. So as mentioned, pastéis de nata were invented by Portuguese, and then there were a variety of mercenaries that traveled throughout.
What has
the
to be
world.
larger?
Portuguese were known as seafarers and
Too
discovered
bored.
many lands, and fast forward a number of years, mercenaries were arriving in Hong Kong, in different parts of China, South Africa, and began spreading and showing people how to make these tarts, of which...
So it is from you fucks, you Portuguese assholes, that came to South Africa and just influenced us with all your bullshit. No, that's actually something I knew. Like, so much of the South African cuisine is based on French, German, and Portuguese shit. Some of it on Dutch as well, but for the most part, you'll find a lot of influence from French, from the Germans, and the Portuguese. Like, a crazy amount. We were massive slave traders. Rurikon, you would have struggled to do slave trading in South Africa. There wasn't really a live and wild slave trade here. Eats the sugar, creating gas for rise. Salt stops the yeast from rising too much. As far as I know, most of the Portuguese that did escape or came to South Africa were people that was literally just trying to escape religious prosecution and shit.
Then the Chinese began to adapt the recipes and put their own little twist. Therefore, now we have different egg tarts all over the world that are variations of the original. As you can see, it's really cool. It looks like a pinwheel. You got all the different layers of butter intertwined with the flour water mixture.
It looks almost
in there. So
croissant-like.
really well laminated, the pastry trim that we use. And now we're gonna use our thumbs and fingers and spread it out, pushing it along the bottom part, and then using your thumbs and
Dude,
constantly
just that
rotating.
dough looks like
These
it would be
actually work out
good
really
cooked.
well when you're done
No?
like a day or two ahead of time, where we actually put the dough into the mold, spread them out like so, and then freeze them. So at this point, you're ready to fill the tart shells here with the nata or the actual custard, but I always prefer to re-chill them or freeze them for a good 30 minutes to make sure that the butter is not too melted. So I'm gonna go ahead and just strain the mixture. It's already nice and smooth. This is just a last measure to make sure that there's no undissolved clumps. We are now gonna fill the molds with our custard filling. Go just under the very top edge. While they're cooking, they actually souffle. You be really careful that you don't overfill them or else they will go over. A real important step is before you make the recipe and the day that you're gonna cook these guys is make sure you turn your oven all the way up to 500 degrees or as high as it goes, because the last thing you wanna do is put these into a cold oven or an oven that you just turned on. They cook pretty fast, but if your oven is not at the right temperature from the point you put them in, they're not gonna come out right. Simply stated, sorry. So we're gonna carefully
Yeah, it's an
place these
easy
in the
recipe,
oven.
guys. There's so
Our
many
oven
ways
is
in
at
which you can
500
fuck it
degrees
up.
Fahrenheit.
But don't worry,
And we're gonna cook
it's
them about
simple.
7 to 10 minutes. We'll peek into the oven around 7 minutes, see how they're doing.
What do you mean amateur? It looks
So
good
our
as far
egg
as
tarts
I'm
are out of the oven
concerned.
Now we're gonna let them cool for about 5 minutes so we can remove them from the molds.
Oh,
Dust them
dude,
with cinnamon
that looks so
powder.
fucking good.
I think our nuns would be pretty damn happy. So I'm gonna go ahead and try one of these guys. They're just... Oh, wow. Woo. So
Oh, that
delicious.
looks so
Nice
good,
and
bro.
crispy. The inside's a nice custard. They're not too sweet. They're perfect. Nice crunchy shell and nice custard that's set. So guys, there you have it. The Portuguese egg custard tarts or pastéis de Belém. Click the link below for the recipe or just come on over to Veranda Restaurant. We're probably making about 100 of these a day. Munchies!
You made it funny. You tried to make a joke. That was good. Yeah, I can't bake for shit. Definitely can't bake. Flour, sugar, all recipe. I checked. Have no sugar. Wait, how could you make any what? Are you talking about bread? You usually put a little bit of sugar with the yeast, no? Unless you're gonna go for like natural yeast, in which case you probably don't need sugar. Check Bola de Coco for best bread in the world. Best bread in the world. This is flatbread. Dude, I have a
Olá,
braid
eu
that
sou a
will beat
Elsa,
this.
Bem-vindos ao Sabor Intenso. Hoje vou fazer bolo caco. Este delicioso pão tradicional da Madeira é feito com farinha de trigo e batata doce. É cozido por cima de um caco, chapa ou frigideira.
Fuck she say to me? Like, what the
Para fazer
fuck?
esta receita vou usar os seguintes ingredientes. 350 gramas de batata doce cortada em pedaços.
But I don't know if I have a fucking clue what I'm watching.
9,2 gramas de fermento de padeiro seco.
That's yeast.
Sal, farinha
Okay, that's salt.
Numa
Don't know what
panela
that
com
was.
água a ferver, coloque um pouco de sal e a batata doce a
What's
cozer
she?
por
Is that
durante 20
potato?
minutos.
Like sweet potato?
Depois de bem cozida, retire com uma escumadeira para uma tigela.
Yeah. So it's sweet potato braid.
ml de água de cozer a batata doce e reserve a restante, caso precise de mais. Esmague muito bem a batata doce até que fique puré.
Right. We have sweet potato braid here.
Deixe arrefecer a batata doce e a água que reservou durante 10 minutos. Numa tigela, coloque o fermento e os 150 ml de água. Misture bem com uma colher até que o fermento se dissolva.
See, this is the point where most people will sometimes add just a pinch of sugar because yeast likes eating the sugar.
Misture a batata doce.
So it activates the yeast. I mean, I don't think you have to. I think it just helps speed it up a little. Yeasty fucking sweet potatoes.
E tempere com sal. Por fim, junte a farinha e amasse muito bem.
See, this is the part that I wouldn't want to do. Getting your hands dirty like that would drive me fucking crazy.
A massa deve ficar úmida. Caso seja necessário, acrescente mais água. Amasse muito bem até que a massa descole do fundo da
I'll show you the base thing in a minute, Rurkan. I'll show you the base braid in a minute. It's a South African fucking staple. I'll show it, yeah.
Polvilhe a massa com um pouco de farinha, tape com um pano e deixe levedar durante 30 minutos. Passado o tempo, divida a massa
Wrap
por
them in
7
foil and
partes
toss them in
iguais.
the fire for those yummy sweet potatoes. Dude, that could actually work, Grofile. That could actually be really good. She's gonna fry them, no? Or is she gonna put them in the oven?
Polvilhe a bancada com farinha. Coloque a massa.
They're almost definitely gonna be fried.
Tape ligeiramente, de forma que fique uma rodela.
Is it in the oven? That's just wrong. That would go so well in like deep fry. Jesus, you could deep fry the shit out of those things. What do you mean savage? Dude, everyone knows that deep fry is always better than not deep fry. Like, why would you not just deep fry anything you can? Yeah, look at that. It's in a pan, bro. Although it's a dry pan. Oh, this is savagery. She could have put a little oil in there. Fuck.
E repita o processo com os restantes. Para que seja mais rápido, pode fazer em 2 frigideiras. E estão prontos a servir. O bolo caco deve ser acompanhado.
Alright, let me show you how you make proper braid. This is South African braid,
Para ver a receita
bro.
da manteiga de alho, clique aqui em cima.
Fuck it, let's go for this one. See, that's how you make fucking proper bread,
What's up,
bro.
guys? Welcome back to my YouTube channel, X-Man & Co. Today we're making a beautiful traditional vet cook. The way our mothers did it and our grandmothers, and you're gonna love it. Stay tuned. Now,
This is
vet cook won't
huge
be
in South Africa, by the way.
Traditional vet cook without the right ingredients. So what we're gonna do...
Also, based on this guy's accent, 100% Afrikaans. Like, this guy is super Afrikaans. You can hear his accent.
Today we have to incorporate and make sure it's proper traditional. We're going to make a beautiful curry mince to go with that. Let me introduce you guys quickly to all our ingredients that we've got here in front of us to make this beautiful.
Kind of, but more bread, Chase. The dough is 100% bread dough.
Salt, sugar, it's a must. All-purpose flour, a little bit extra on the side. In addition to that, another 6 cups of all-purpose flour that we're going to use for these fat cooks. We've got some lukewarm water over here. There's a few ways of doing this. You could just mix everything together, but we find better results if we use lukewarm water and make sure that the yeast grows on the side first, and then we throw everything together. Let me show you guys quickly. First of all, we're going to add our oil to our lukewarm water. There you go. Then our yeast, and then all of our sugar. Then we're just going to gently mix it all together. Just want to make sure that it's mixed. You don't have to be.
Yeah, it's got a high sugar content.
To make sure that it
and they made it this way because it would take longer for the bread to mold.
And then, boys and girls, we're one step closer to beautiful fat cook.
It was all like most of our cuisine is a remnant of the old days when they would travel thousands of miles with no refrigerators and no ability to sort of preserve things. So they would just figure out ways to make things that they could that would last.
Then our mixture that stood for 10 minutes, we want to just add that. Initially I like to use the spatula, and a little bit later we're really going to get in there with the hands and knead this dough to a beautiful, perfect dough that we could use to make this original South African fat cook. If you have to, guys, just add a little bit of that flour. That
I would say you need to add a lot more of that fucking flour, bro. It needs to be a stiff
sure it's not too tacky
mixture.
Before we knead it and get it out of this bowl, so you can just dust it like that. There you go. As
you probably add another half a cup of flour to that bad boy.
It's not too bad. It sticks a little bit, but now we can work with this. Now it's time to knead this dough properly. So you just want to dust your surface.
Tiger Shark, take care of yourself, brother. Thanks for hanging out, man. Really appreciate that.
And then it's time to get this dough.
Man, this guy's making a lot of fat cook, like Jesus.
Knead this dough for about 5 to 10 minutes. The longer, the better, until we get a real smooth dough, very pliable and smooth. You can use one hand, both hands, whatever works for you. There's different styles of doing this. It's quite therapeutic. There is a no-knead recipe that I maybe need to share with you guys. I haven't done that yet, but we could look at that in future as well. Once you finish kneading this dough, it's time to put it in a bowl. We're just going to put some flour all around the sides, a little bit at the bottom.
She says, yeah, I like making fat cook. I haven't made it in a really long time because I don't really eat carbs anymore.
Just going to make a bowl
but
like this.
Yeah, in general, fat cook is one of my favorite things to
you
eat.
You guys can see it's really quite pliable. That's beautiful. We're just going to close it with some clear film and let it rest for about an hour. Now that our dough is resting, we've got enough time to get the other side of this dish ready.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing with like a minced curry.
A red onion, some might call it shallot. Let's do that. Let's cut this baby up. If you want to dice it quite finely, you can obviously decide on your own what you want to do with your dish. Next on our list are 2 potatoes. You'll see that we don't really get rid of the skin because there's so much nutrients in the skin. You can get rid of the skin, there's no issue with that. We want to dice them up small cubes. You can decide you need
proper South African way, starch with starch, carbs with carbs.
There's obviously a few variations of this mince curried mince, if you want to call it that. We're going to keep the mince quite simple. You could add some things and take away. It's really such a good add-on for a day like today when it's raining here in Durban. Make sure your skillet's nice.
Oh, he's from
warm.
Dubs.
We're going to use some avocado oil today.
Thought his accent was very fucking Durbanite.
Shallots, red onion. You want to saute it a little bit. Then it's time for our potatoes. About 5 to 6 to 8 minutes on the potatoes, depending how crunchy or how firmly cooked you want them. You can make sure they're slightly brown. We're now going to add our spices. We're going to start off with our curry. We're using a medium hot curry here today. Then some turmeric, some mustard seeds, our favorite barbecue spice, just a dash of that, and then salt and pepper to taste. Then it's time to add our mince.
Dude, this gives me fucking flashbacks to home, man.
1 tin of mixed vegetables. You don't have to do that.
Canned vegetables? You fucking savage bastard.
We're just going to let that simmer for about 10 minutes.
Why not just fresh?
Dough's rested for an hour. Our curry mince is ready. It's now time to play with this dough and make some beautiful fit cooks. Let's do that. As you guys can see,
that's not right.
It's risen almost to double what the size was initially. And look at that. Look how pliable it is. Fantastic. Right,
That's
so
just
we
fucked
want
though
to
with those
try
veggies
and
in the
get an
can.
even
Yeah, the veggies in the
long
can, not
piece of
great.
dough here. And then guys, just to help you
But look at
make
this,
the
bro.
same
This
size
is where
balls.
things get really
Obviously,
cool.
This is not the end of the world if they're not the same size. We're gonna keep on making these balls until all of this dough has converted into beautiful fit.
Is he gonna do
balls.
flat fit cook or is he gonna do round fit cook? Probably round, no?
Size balls. That'll be perfect. For those guys that's counting, we've got about 19 fit cook balls out of this batch. If you want to make sure that you're more or less the same size.
There we
now
go.
That they rolled,
Add that
it's
oil,
time
bro.
to get our
Let's
oil
deep
on
fry the
fire
crap
and
out of
warmed
this.
Up to about 180
Where's
degrees
Pay doing, bro?
Celsius, 350 Fahrenheit for the international guys. And then it's time to make beautiful traditional South African fit cook. So at this stage, we can only get 3 into our
Look
skillet
at
here,
that,
pot.
bro!
And if you
Oh my
wanna
God,
leave it for
that
about
makes you
15
happy.
minutes aside until it's nice and golden brown. You want to turn it over then. Once it's really
Just
light,
look at that
feel free to
bread,
take
bro.
time to work that out, but once it's light and golden brown on both sides, good to come out. You
That's
can
what good
twist it a
bread
little
is,
bit
bro.
and make it a little bit flatter if you want to make your fit cook a little bit more wider. Some guys like to have a round fit cook. It's entirely up to you. That's the beauty of this. You decide what you want to do and something to play with.
It is
Really
so
very
fucking
friendly and
soft, bro. It is so soft and so good. Put some mince in there. Just look at that.
Guys,
And that
look
is
at
like,
that.
you can find it again.
Beautiful.
You go to any
Truly
South African
South
supermarket
Africa.
and you'll be able to buy this.
Let's try it out. Cheers, boys and girls.
Oh yeah. It's either with that.
Oh,
What
yeah.
you could do is you could do mince. So you could do it with mince. You could do it with chicken and mayo. There's literally a fake cook takeaway just across the road from me, where they sell this like with so many fucking flavors: pulled pork, brisket, basically any meat that you can fucking think of. But yeah, chicken and mayo is really good with it. Mince is like the best, obviously, with it. Mince, cheese, and syrup is really good with it. Syrup and cheese is really good with it. Like, basically, whatever the fuck you put on bread, you can put on this, and it's just brilliant. Percentage of heart diseases in Africa? Not that high, actually, I think. Last time I deep fried some potatoes, I set my kitchen on fire. If you can't throw water on an oil fire, so yeah. I don't know why people are so afraid of deep frying. I like deep frying. Would throw vegetables in it? Well, you could throw vegetables in it. You would ruin it because there has to be a little bit of meat, but you can. Like, nothing stops you. It's bread. That's literally what it is. It's just deep fried bread. So whatever you put on normal bread, you can put on this. The reason I like it is it's incredibly fluffy in the center and obviously very crispy on the outside because you deep fried it. So you have those two different textures, the very crispy outside and the incredible fluffy interior that just creates this like wonderful mouthfeel. Oh, but Rurikon, South Africans, we deep fry a fuck ton of things. Is South Africa home of Jagermeister? No. Jagermeister comes from Germany. It's just, I would say it's probably the largest drink in South Africa in terms of shots. So the largest drink in South Africa would be beer by a mile. It would be beer. And then probably brandy would be just below that. So beer, brandy, then whiskey. But in terms of shots, so just wanting to do a shot of something, it's always Jagermeister. Like whenever you walk up to a bar and you go, dude, can we get shots? The barman, without even asking, will give you Jagermeister unless you say, I want, you know, a shot of Lupini or some different shit. So that's sort of why everyone has a flag almost of Jagermeister. Kind of pretty much, yeah. Just sounds like an apple flap now. What the fuck is an apple flap? I just got in. I think you're talking about Hush Puppies, American name, deep fried bread. Quick Google search reveals. Reveals what? obesity in South Africa, 70% of women and a third of men in South Africa are classified as overweight or obese. 40% of women in South Africa are obese. Oh, but you do understand that that is a very skewed statistic due to the fact that the vast majority of South Africans exist on a thing called POP. Not that. So the vast majority of South Africans exist on this thing. And when I say exist on it, I mean it's all they eat, which is super starch. So it is like the most starchy thing you can eat.
Fried J, where I cook things that I like, cook things that I'm always making at home.
So yeah, but also because if you take South Africa, a lot of like the black cultures in South Africa actually view obese women as preferred. So a lot of the women in black cultures will just be obese because it is preferred. It's considered to be a sign of wealth. It's considered to be a sign of good health. If you are obese, if you do, if you are bigger. So I would say that those statistics are probably a little misleading.
Things that hopefully you vibe with. And today we're making pap, maize meal. We're doing it in 3 different ways. I love pap. I'm married to a Tswana woman. We eat a lot of pap at home. Pap is rice. And as South Africans, we also vibe a lot with pap. We eat it all in different ways. Matter of fact, with my travels with Mikasa, going through Africa, you see how many different ways pap can be made. I'm gonna do it in 3 different ways that have something to do with my life. So we are gonna start by making probably my favorite way of eating maize in the morning for winter in a bowl.
No, that's not the best way to make pap.
On gas, let it simmer. Pap number 2, pap, stave pap, stuffed pap, dry pap.
That's the right way to make
when
it.
I think of meat, sauce, chakalaka, and pap. Boiling water, we've got 1 liter, 4 cups of water, and then we've got 2 cups of maize. And as it's boiling, we're gonna go in
like
slowly and carry on whisking.
Not sure if that's
bit by
right,
bit,
actually, but never mind.
to try and avoid lumps as well.
You don't actually have to overmix it. If you ever want to make this yourself, you do not need to overmix it. But yeah, this is the, for many people in South Africa, this replaces rice or potatoes or things at the dinner table. Instead of having rice, you would have this and just put your meat on top of it.
Now we let it cook. 5 to 8 minutes and we'll check up on it. So low heat, let it cook 20-25 minutes. My mother-in-law cooks it for like 40 minutes.
Yeah, I
Really
would
low
go
heat.
longer
Just keep
because
checking
you want to
on
burn it a
and
little.
let it do its thing.
You do want to create a
Alright,
burn
homies,
at the
so
bottom and
now
a burn
it's
on the
pap
top.
Number 3, krumel pap, putu pap, whatever you call it.
But yeah, anyways, that's probably why. Is because of, like, that's a very big fucking eating thing here in South Africa, at least. That's where a lot of people eat. Blasphemous Girl, there's nothing wrong with deep frying food. I don't know why everyone has such a problem with deep frying food. The only thing I would say is if you are really afraid of deep fried food, then just replace your oil with beef fat. Like, replace your oil with tallow and you're good to go. The only, like, yeah, seed oils is really bad for you. But yeah, you could basically deep fry everything in beef tallow and you'd be fine as fuck. I don't see why people have a problem with deep fry. Deep fry is good, bro. My favorite meal in winter times is hotspot and wortelen stampot, filled with pieces of bacon and a nice rookworst at the side with it. When you learn about deep fried Mars bars, I've had one, Jonesy. I've had a deep fried Mars bar before. Quite frankly, not a fan. Like, Mars bar is really good. I don't think you need to fry it. I think it's fine as it is. Het maar geen cirkel is. What the hell are you guys fucking talking about right now? So many people get fat thinking they're thick. The right user, I mean, I don't have an argument around that shit. I guess to each their own. Like I said, in South Africa, at least, the idea around being overweight is considered to be a good omen. It means that you have money. It means that you can afford food. It means that you can take care of yourself. So culturally, especially people that do well for themselves will just be bigger because it sends that message of, oh, look at me. I have all the food I need and I have all the money to buy more food. So obviously I'm good, right? So it's just a cultural thing here. Zerhol is sauerkraut? I've never had sauerkraut. I don't know if it would be good. I don't think it would be. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go. I have to go get some shit done. I appreciate all of you for coming to hang out, for spending the morning with me. I will be back tomorrow, kind of same time, because tomorrow we're going to do relatively early. About 12 o'clock, we're going to do the podcast. So the podcast is going to happen around 12 my time. And then right after the podcast at about 2 o'clock, we're going to start the Q&A. So if you have questions, remember to head over to the Discord, ask your question in the Q&A section. If you haven't already posted a question there, get it asked as quickly as early as possible so that, you know, we can get to your questions as soon as possible. Because my power is going out tomorrow at 4 o'clock. That means it's going to be a very tight window in which we have to fit all of this shit in before the power goes out. But I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for all the gifted subs and just all the bits and everything. I love you guys. I'm gonna try to be on as early as possible so we can get some Warhammer reactions before the podcast starts, because there are a couple of videos that I know a lot of you want me to watch, so I want to get to those as quickly as possible. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, as always, have a wonderful day. To all of the American viewers, enjoy Thanksgiving. I hope that you have wonderful meals. To everyone that is working tomorrow on Black Friday, good luck. I know it might be tough, but, you know, someone's got to do it. And I'm pretty sure most people thank you for that. So be safe, be good to each other, be kind to each other. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, fam.